Hello and welcome to the EcoCast. Today's special EcoCast is on discovering the next generation of IT and cloud solutions. This is going to be a special fast-paced EcoCast, even faster than our normal events. We're calling it a Turbo EcoCast. And on this event, you'll hear from innovative technology companies who are all new to, hopefully, you out there in the ActualTech Media audience. You'll hear from experts at OpenRaven, Restore, Spin.ai, VirtualMetric, Cobalt, Cyberhaven, Lightbit, Ninix, Delphix, Ariaka, Capgemini, Datastax, Dialpad, and Sequitur Labs. What an amazing lineup. These are cutting-edge technology companies here to help you to solve your greatest IT challenges. Thank you so much for joining us on this EcoCast event. We've got a great show lined up for you. Before we get started, I should mention my name is David Davis of ActualTech Media. We at ActualTech Media created the MegaCast and EcoCast event series. We're all former IT professionals ourselves at ActualTech Media, and the goal of these events is to help you to learn about cutting-edge technology solutions, of course, to solve your technology challenges in the world of enterprise IT. And with that, let's go ahead and kick it off with a little bit of housekeeping, just a few things that you should know about today's event. We've got an awesome lineup of prizes. I count 10 Amazon $100 gift cards and 14 $50 Amazon gift cards for our best prize winners. We will be announcing those prize winners throughout the event, and I'll be talking about the prize qualification requirements here in just a moment. I mentioned education and questions. We encourage questions. We'll be doing dedicated Q&A sessions with each of today's expert presenters. So get your questions in early. Of course, we also have our best question prize I'll be talking about in just a moment. You ask your questions there in the questions box in your audience console. I can call your attention to it that way. Of course, we welcome all the good morning and hello messages from across the United States and around the world, but we also want your technical questions about today's solutions that you'll learn about. We also want this to be a social event. You can tweet directly from your audience console, and the hashtag for today's event will be automatically appended. It is ATM EcoCast. And then finally, you'll find a number of resources available for download there in the Handouts tab. These are all hand-selected by today's expert presenters. You'll find a resource from each of the presenters. Some are PDF assets. There are ebooks. There are special URL links to download and try these solutions out for yourself. So, make sure that you check out all of the handouts before the event wraps up today, because they won't be as readily available after the event. As I mentioned, prizes on our EcoCast and MegaCast event. We always have a great lineup of prizes. This event is no different. We'll be announcing the winner of 10 Amazon $100 gift cards on the event today. You must be live in attendance to qualify. All prize winners must meet the prize terms and conditions that you'll find there in the Handouts tab. You must be able to submit an IRS Form W-9 to ActualTech Media, and we will contact prize winners after the event. Now, new for this year, we started our Best Question prize. That's for a $50 Amazon gift card for each of the sessions on the event today. So that's 14 different Amazon gift cards. So get your questions, in early. We want to help solve your challenges, as I mentioned, and bring us your best question. And the presenters, love to get your questions. So thank you for those in advance. Now, if you win a prize and you'd like to donate that prize to charity, we would love to help you do that. Thanks to generous prize winners over the years, we have donated thousands of dollars to charity on your behalf. These are just some of the charities that we have supported here in partnership with the Gorilla Guide Book Club. You can find out more about the Gorilla Guide Book Club, where you can download free educational full-length IT books in the Handouts tab. There's a link to gorilla.guide. Now, I mentioned social media. The hashtag, again, is ATM EcoCast. Use the Twitter icon on the bottom of the screen, and the hashtag will be automatically appended. Of course, feel free to follow ActualTech Media and me, David M. Davis, over on Twitter as well. Now, ActualTech Media is on all the social channels. You'll find the link to our YouTube page and our LinkedIn page, as well as Twitter on the top right-hand side of your console. You can also find ActualTech Media over in the iTunes podcast library with the 10 on Tech podcast. We post all of our latest and greatest content on LinkedIn, so make sure that you follow us there. Now, I'm going to do something fun that I've never done before on one of these events, never had the pleasure to do, and that is to just briefly announce here before we start that, hey, we're hiring at ActualTech Media. We're jokingly calling it the ATM Idol Competition. ActualTech Media is one of America's fastest growing privately held companies. We're on the Inc. 5000. And, over the years, our events like this one have become super popular. And I moderate most of the events, and honestly, we need some help. So if you want to help me be a moderator for, these types of events and other webinar events, please apply. This is a full-time job, U.S. and Canadian residents only. Some of the skills we're looking for are, of course, a good speaker, interested in technology, hopefully have some sort of technology background, maybe someone who has created video training courses of some kind, maybe a podcaster, someone who does interviews of some shape or form. So we encourage you to send your audition video or a link to a video, because I don't want to receive, gigabytes of videos, but a link to your audition video to the email address that you see there on the screen. I would encourage you to send a video that highlights your technology knowledge. For example, maybe talk about an emerging technology, like the types of solutions you'll be learning about on the event today. Talk about how it helps IT professionals, its relevance perhaps in the industry, what it means to you. And of course, we would encourage those to be face-to-camera videos of some kind if you want to have some slides, whatever you think would make for a great presentation. You can click on the link there right in the slides window. That is a hyperlink. We need another moderator at ActualTech Media. And to help get your attention a little bit, in case you're not looking, we've got a series of memes here. So, if you're struggling with a 24/7 IT job, we encourage you to come help David, help me moderate these types of events at ActualTech Media. We got a lot of fun memes here. We have a lot of fun at ActualTech Media, so Batman, Robin, Game of Thrones. But one of the requirements I hear is, you must love dogs. And speaking of dogs, this is my favorite meme, of course, of all time. Would you like to help moderate 200 plus webinars in 2021 in the world? Come help us be a moderator. David needs help. This is fine. So we need your help here. This is like me. I'm the dog. And we encourage your videos. So thank you, anyone who might be interested in advance. I look forward to reviewing your videos. And with that, back to today's topic, which is the state of enterprise IT and innovative technology solutions. I mean, the world of IT right now is fraught with challenge. One word that comes to mind is COVID. That's affected all of our lives. Everyone's working from home. And in the world of IT, this has brought us some new struggles, right? 100% remote workforce, maybe moving applications or data to the cloud. And at the same time, along with COVID, we've seen a huge uptick in the amount of ransomware and security threats that are coming in. These malicious attackers are leveraging the fact that our employees are now working from home. They're less secure. The data is less secure than it was before. They have a lot of stress going on. They have a lot of distractions. Maybe the kids are using the computer when they're not using the computer. So we have a lot of challenges happening in the way of security. And that also brings, of course, to mind data protection and disaster recovery. We have to protect that data in case something does happen to it. We have massively growing data sets, and that data is distributed, across all of our remote workers, across clouds, across software as a service applications, across mobile devices. At the same time, we have to prove that we are compliant. We're receiving cybersecurity, assessment requests from our customers and from our clients. We have to make sure that we're compliant with governments and law requirements. We're doing cloud migrations or cloud adoptions. And then at the same time, we have all these legacy applications out there that we're struggling with. What should we do with those? How are we going to keep those up and running for the long term? And that brings to mind innovative technology. I mean, it's very rare that companies are able to just throw, tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars at a problem to fix it. Instead, we need smarter software. We need better hardware. We need technology to help us solve these problems. Rarely does a company hire an army of workers to solve a problem. They look to technology. And so on this event, you'll hear about innovative security solutions, cloud, networking, storage, data protection, and disaster recovery. You'll learn about database management and efficiency solutions, process management, automation, workflow, compliance, and even penetration testing as a service, something that I wasn't quite sure existed before this event. So I think you're going to learn about a lot of solutions that you might not have heard about ever before on today's Turbo EcoCast. Again, you'll learn about 14 different solutions in one fast-paced event. We'll have 10-minute presentations instead of our normal 20-minute. We'll do live Q&A, and it's important to indicate how you'd like to learn more during our polls. The poll that we'll run during the Q&A is the primary feedback that our presenters will receive on what you'd like to do with what you just learned, what you'd like in addition to the short 10-minute presentation you received. So we encourage you to provide any feedback you can on those polls. And of course, the other way to give feedback is to simply ask questions. So keep those questions coming in. Again, those help to qualify you for the best question prize. And with that, I've got just one poll before we get started. And that is, if you're on this event, you're learning about the next generation of IT solutions. What's your time frame for adding new or updating existing solutions at your company? Are you currently shopping for new technology to help you solve those technology challenges we talked about? And if so, what's your time frame? And right after we complete this poll, I will introduce you here to our first presenter. All right, thank you everyone who responded to the poll. We do appreciate that. And with that, it's time to kick off the EcoCast. I'm excited to introduce you to our first presenter, Josh Goldenhar, Vice President of Product Marketing at Lightbit. Josh, take it away.
Hi there, everyone. This is Josh Goldenhar, the VP of Products for Lightbit Labs. And I'm very happy to be here today to tell you a bit about our product, LightOS. So without further ado, let's go ahead and talk about Hyperscale Storage for All. So Lightbit is the company, LightOS is the product, and we bring you Hyperscale Storage for All. What we mean by that is, if you're deploying a private cloud or a public cloud or edge cloud, you're not as big as the giant hyperscalers, but you want to get the same efficiencies. You want to use standard servers, standard networking, and have EBS-like functionality, but you don't want to hire 10,000 developers. So that's what LightOS, brought to you by Lightbit, can go ahead and do. LightOS is a scale-out solution. It's NVMe over TCP, so it runs on standard TCP/IP networks. It's highly available. It brings you the same kind of features that you're used to in traditional all-flash or proprietary arrays. So it's very, very easy to use, yet very powerful. What we find is that folks, when they're going cloud native, want to deploy local flash because they want to get the performance of flash. They think that the only way to get the performance of local flash is to go ahead and put it inside every server. And that certainly makes sense. But there's a problem. When you go ahead and you put flash inside every server, we find from our customers that it's often highly underutilized, as little as only 15 to 25% utilization, which means you've paid for an expensive resource in every single server, but you're hardly using any of it across your fleet. Secondarily, performance can also be underutilized. A single drive these days can do 500,000 IOPS, but it's very common for a server to only be drawing about 200,000 of those IOPS, which means you're wasting a ton of performance on that drive. And anytime you waste capacity or performance, you've wasted money. You can solve this with LightOS. What you see here is an overview diagram of how you deploy LightOS in a standard data center. You have your application servers over on the left. They can be bare metal. They can be running Kubernetes. They can be running OpenStack. So you have your choice of application environments. We have drivers, of course, for Kubernetes and for OpenStack. It all uses standard TCP/IP networking, standard servers, and you don't have to put flash inside every server. What you do is you put dedicated storage servers of your choice. These are pictured on the right side with NVMe drives, standard networking Ethernet NICs, preferably 100 gigabit. And these form a cluster with a minimum of 3 nodes and a maximum of 16. And this storage cluster provides you highly available NVMe over TCP block storage that performs like local flash, yet it gives you a lot of the services you're used to, such as thin provisioning, compression, snapshots, and clones. And it does this for a fraction of the price of proprietary arrays, while at the same time being much, much higher performance. It looks a little bit like this when you go ahead to deploy it. So you have your application servers that you can see no longer have local flash. The flash has been moved to that LightOS cluster at the top. You can add nodes if you need to make the cluster bigger. You get local flash performance on any of the application servers that are on your TCP/IP local network. And now applications are not affected by drive failures because LightOS protects against not only a drive failure, but it also protects against a server failure. So your logical volumes are highly available and they can be any size. So no longer do you have to worry about putting a drive that's too small in an application host because your logical volume can be any size you want. And if you make a mistake, you can make it bigger. This way, when you do have application server failures, your applications can go ahead and restart on an alternate server, but they don't have to rebuild any data over the network, at least not the full drive. When your application servers when your applications move to a new server, they start up, they get the same logical volume they were using previously. And if there is some kind of synchronization, you're only going to have to synchronize the deltas that you've missed while it's been offline. This means you're going to get higher uptime and increased service level agreements with your potential clients, if they're internal or external. The philosophy of Lightbits is to provide you a product that gives you high performance, ultimate flexibility in how you deploy it and what servers you choose and what hardware. And of course, at the same time, you're lowering total cost of ownership. And you can do all three of these things together. You don't have to just choose one or two. So you get high bandwidth, high IOPS, and low latency. On a cluster, we're talking into the tens of millions of IOPS if you need that. Tens of gigabytes per second of bandwidth, and all at sub 300 and 200 microseconds of latency. So very, very high performance, while at the same time using standard TCP/IP networks. No special NICs, no special switch configurations. You still get rich data services. And of course, we're optimized for QLC flash media. That is the least expensive flash. Now, these flash drives by themselves often suffer from poor write performance, or they don't last as long. The endurance on them is not as big, but we're very happy to say that LightOS makes both of these problems go away. By using the drives in aggregate and treating them the way they like to be treated, we get very high performance out of the drives while at the same time extending their life up to 5 times. What this means for you is you can use this inexpensive media for workloads that you didn't think you could use it before. And this lowers your overall TCO. If you're an iSCSI user today, you may think, wow, I like how easy iSCSI is. I can use it on regular Ethernet networks, but I wish it performed a little better, or I wish it was more scalable. Well, that's what you get with NVMe over TCP. NVMe over TCP goes on the same networks, yet it outperforms iSCSI by as much as 6 times. That is at the same thread counts on the very same networks. So if you need more performance than iSCSI, but you'd like also lower latency, you can go ahead and use the same hardware, the same networks, and get vastly better performance. If in your cloud deployment or private cloud deployment, you're thinking about deploying Ceph for block and you want to get high performance Ceph, this chart here shows you some testing that Red Hat did using top of the line equipment, top of the line flash, including Optane SSDs for metadata. And you can see some of the results they got in some Ceph testing. Yet you can also see using only 2 servers instead of 5 Ceph servers, LightOS on those same servers far outperformed Ceph. We're talking up to 24 times lower latency. So it's very, very low latency compared to Ceph, and up to 3 to 6 times more IOPS. So if you're looking at Ceph and trying to provide high performance block storage with Ceph, you might consider using LightOS instead. So what are the use cases for this? Well, obviously, if you have a highly transactional load, such as databases, this is a great fit. You can see some listed here. If you're doing analytics, including real-time analytics, if you're in the financial services, doing Monte Carlo simulation or algorithmic verification, if you do log processing or looking for intrusions with the Elk stack or Splunk, it's great for that. If you're using Apache Kafka in your environment, we're also very good using Apache Kafka for the different kind of loads you need there. If you're deploying basically any kind of private cloud or edge cloud infrastructure, we are great for virtualized solutions as well as container solutions. So it's dynamic, it is web native with a RESTful API and a CLI, and it's made to be scalable and fit into your environment. And lastly, if you are a cloud service provider trying to compete with the really big guys, you can go ahead and choose LightOS as infrastructure as a service. That is, you can provide NVMe as a service to either bare metal or container environments. You'll get very, very high performance while getting much, much better efficiency and lowering your total cost of ownership. So in summary, we are a shared, reliable NVMe block storage solution, all software defined. You bring the hardware, buy the software from us, put them together, and you get a dedicated, clustered, high availability solution that performs like local flash. You don't have to give up features though. We still support thin provisioning on all volumes, inline compression, snapshots and thin clones, with of course data protection against a drive failure or a server failure, and we're optimized for QLC media. We do all this on standard TCP/IP networking, so the things you're familiar with, such as port bonding, such as MLAG, anything you do in your regular TCP/IP Ethernet environment will work with NVMe over TCP just fine. So it's ubiquitous, simple, and efficient. Lastly, it's very important that there's no proprietary client software. If you're using a modern Linux distribution, the NVMe over TCP drivers are included, nothing you have to load, including asymmetric namespace access, which is often called multipath. So nothing you have to load, it just works out of the box. So I want to thank you very much for your time. If you need more information, of course, you can find us on the web at lightbitslabs.com. You can also send email to info@lightbitslabs.com. And I believe now we're going to go ahead and move to a question and answer session. So thanks for your time.
All right, great presentation, Josh. Really appreciated that. You ready for some Q&A?
Yep, absolutely.
Excellent. All right. We got some questions coming in here from the audience. First one, actually, this is the question that I had in my mind when you were presenting there at the end, was from Gilbert, and he's asking, what's the use case where this would not be a good fit?
Oh, ask a marketing person where their product is not good. That's a fun question. Of course, the product is good absolutely everywhere. No, the product is utilizing NVMe, and as a clarification, we don't use any spinning drives or even SATA SSD. So you are putting a media underneath our software-defined storage that's very high performance, very low latency. If you and hence NVMe drives, while they've come down in parity cost, that is, to SATA, you're still paying for an expensive resource. So if you didn't need that level of performance, you're going to be using money, it's more costly on dollar per gigabyte basis than it would be for other solutions. So you do at least need to, I like to say, have an appreciation for the level of performance you're going to get. If you're using it for archive, just for warm data, or for things simply that just don't need that much performance, you'd probably be better served using a more traditional solution.
Got it. Okay. Yeah. Thank you for clarifying that, because I guess that question always comes up whenever someone says this is better performance for your storage. It's like, well, why not use it everywhere? So there is a.
Hey, we like that last part. That would be great.
Right. Right. Kartik is asking this question: if the LightOS cluster has the ability to provide different levels of performance tiers, like a quality of service levels, depending on perhaps the underlying NVMe technology or some other way that you wanted to tier the storage?
Yeah, absolutely. So we support any NVMe drive today. We talk about QLC as being very, very cost effective and helping you drive down TCO, but you're perfectly able to use higher performing MLC or MLC drives or TLC So it depends a lot on the media that you choose. You will get better performance if you choose the better behaving media. And same thing goes for read and write mix. So we extend the life of drives, but if you know you're going to have a very write heavy and write performance is important to you load, you can choose drives that have higher write performance and you will get higher performance. Same thing with our flexibility in the systems. If you choose higher performing CPUs with more cores, you will get more performance. So you can mix these in a cluster. You can have some nodes that are lower performance, some that are higher. You can actually, an easier way to do it is to simply have different clusters. Single clients can go ahead and connect to multiple clusters. They don't know the difference. So a cluster just gives you an administrative domain, but you could have a cluster that is a lower performing cluster and one that is a higher performing cluster, and then you could assign those out.
Nice. Nice. Another question here, they're asking, how does the TCP/IP storage deal with native TCP latency when you compare it to fiber channel?
It deals with it very well. So that's no. See, since you are, let me back up. Fiber channel is a lossless fabric, and of course does have certain guarantees of service along with buffer credits, and we can get way more technical, but we won't here. So fiber channel is going to give you a certain consistency. And those familiar with TCP/IP, which I imagine the person who asked the question is, know that the more you push an Ethernet and TCP/IP network to the edge, which is a lossy fabric, you are going to get more latency. And honestly, the same holds true for NVMe over TCP. So if you're running your network all the way at the edge at near max bandwidth, you are going to see higher latencies and a bit more tail latency, especially. So you can mitigate these with standard TCP/IP practices. You can implement things like ECN. If you want, you can implement flow control. The key is that you don't have to with NVMe over TCP. And some users, not all, are choosing to deploy a separate network. So luckily with Lightbits, you have that choice. You can either do a converged network and have your data and storage on one network, or you can choose to separate out, much like you would with fiber channel. So you could deploy an Ethernet network as a dedicated storage network, and you'd still be at about 3 times the bandwidth and half the cost on a 100 gigabit Ethernet network than you would be at a fiber channel 32. So to mitigate that, that's what users who are really worried about that would do, is they would just deploy a dedicated Ethernet network, and they'll still save significant money over fiber channel and get overall lower latencies.
Absolutely. Yeah, I want to call everyone's attention out there to the poll question on the screen. Make sure that you select what additional info you would like about the Lightbits Lab solution while we take a couple of more questions from the audience. Next question, Josh, do they need to change applications to use Lightbit?
No, that's the beauty here. We are a block device at the end of the day. It walks and talks like a SAN, but SAN has become a dirty word in some circles. So this is on Ethernet, but you have logical volumes that are attached over a fabric. In this case, instead of fiber, the fabric is Ethernet, and instead of SCSI protocol, the protocol is NVMe. So NVMe over TCP is connecting you to a logical volume, which looks like a local block volume. And so anything you can do with a block volume, including putting a local file system on it, using a distributed file system, it looks like a local drive. It performs like a local drive, but it's coming over the network. So no changes to your applications whatsoever are necessary.
Excellent. And then so I'm understanding that this is software, right? It's not hardware. Mm-hmm. The customer supplies their own hardware. Right. Nice. And
yes,
so
well, go ahead.
I would think it would be easy to get started with this. Kind of what's the process there? How would folks try this out?
It's if you contact us and you want to do a POC, we'll exchange a little bit of information. And if you have some servers that have NVMe drives and a suitable NIC. Now, suitable is almost any NIC, but we do want you to have the performance available. If you have, for instance, only a 10 gigabit NIC on your target systems, that would so limit your performance that you probably won't see the value. So, we do think that 25 is kind of the minimum, and 100 gigabit on the target servers is preferred. But if you have a server that's x86 based and can run Linux and have NVMe drives and a NIC, we can get you going on a test. We prefer to have at least 3, but that's more detail we can get into. I encourage you to contact us. And if you really want ease of use, we are a software company, but we do sell this prepackaged on an OEM Dell R740XD platform so that you don't have to worry about how to put it together. We have an optimized platform that we'd be happy to make available to you, or you could buy that from Dell directly, and we also have a couple other partners that you can buy systems that are pre-configured and ready to go. So we make it easy either way to supply your own systems with guidance from us, or there are some reference platforms that you can buy and you know that they're certified to work.
I like that flexibility there. That's great. All right. Well, Josh, I'm afraid that's all the time we have here in our short Q&A session. There's some more technical questions there for you still in the queue if you can get back to those. We appreciate your presentation.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
All right, and thanks for the opportunity, and hope everybody out there is happy and stay safe.
Take care. All right. Thank you, everyone, for responding to the poll question. We do appreciate that. It's time to keep the Turbo EcoCast moving today. And with that, I'll introduce you to our next presenter. Welcome, Mr. Ed Renwick, Partner Acquisitions Manager at Restore. Ed, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir. Yeah, thanks for being on. Take it away.
Beautiful. Thank you very much. Thank you to everyone who's joined today. Obviously, we'll keep this to a nice, concise 10 minutes. Really what I'm aiming to cover is current situation and responsibilities around the Microsoft and Google environments in public cloud, pain points that we've seen from our own endeavors, the implications of adopting 365 and the threat funnel, and then we'll wrap up and finish with why Restore and how we address some of those pain points. So running straight into the first slide, if I can even work this thing. There we go. Okay, so as everyone knows, Microsoft pride themselves on enabling dynamic, collaborative workplaces for the customers, industry-leading security measures and attention to privacy, compliance and accessibility support the robust functionality of the Cloud Productivity Suite. But even so, research shows that data loss and protection are still major concerns for most businesses migrating to the cloud. Now, prior to the COVID outbreak, adoption rates were growing steadily and had reached an occupancy of around 190 million users. But over the past 10, 11 months, that capacity has risen by over 700%. And based on Microsoft's own figures of around 85% of their users aren't using a third-party data protection solution, that's a lot of data that's not actually being protected right now. So applications like OneDrive and SharePoint power much of the collaboration capabilities within 365. However, that collaboration can be put in jeopardy when user error, hacking, sync issues, or even malicious insiders cause data loss. Both apps leverage a primary and secondary recycle bin with 93-day retention periods, but they can also be emptied at any time, which means the data is irretrievable. Microsoft have also recently released the OneDrive Restore feature, which enables end users to roll back all of the files to a previous point in time within a 30-day period, but there are major limitations attached to that. Most importantly, it adds no new protection. So if the data has been deleted, it can't be restored. For the data that does still exist in OneDrive, it's going to be an all or none destructive restore, which means the user has to roll back all changes made on the OneDrive account to the selected time, even the intended changes, instead of being able to limit the changes to certain files and folders. An Exchange Online also has its own retention policies. By default, deleted emails go into the deleted items folder, but once they're purged from this, or one of the users hard deletes Exchange items, they are sent to a secondary recoverable items folder, but that has a 14-day retention period. And while this may sound like the answer to all your backup and retention hopes and dreams, consider this. Retention policies and capabilities vary from service to service within 365. New services like Teams often don't have the similar safeguards available. Policies are always evolving. They tend to be very complicated. So if you aren't constantly monitoring your organization's data and investing time to understand the landscape, it's really easy for things like critical data, sensitive data, to fall through the cracks. Policies are always evolving and tend to be very complicated. So if you aren't constantly monitoring the organization's data, and I've just read that one out. And finally, Office 365 backup and retention policies can only protect you from data loss in very limited scenarios. They don't take the place of a third-party backup solution. And that can be seen if you look on the slide that's being presented right now. This is being extracted from Microsoft's entire end-user license agreement. So we can see on the right, there's a clear statement from those guys recommending that the users take a third-party tool to back up their data and content. And if we look at the visual, we can clearly see the lines of responsibility that are drawn between Microsoft and the guys who are actually responsible for the platform and using it. So as we can see, all the critical part of that, the data, the users, and the app admin layer, none of them fall within the responsibilities of Microsoft. They are all with the users themselves. So human error, programmatic errors, malicious insiders, viruses, malware, hackers from external or internal, all of these are real threats, but all of which you have to be cognizant of and have that third party in place to be able to roll back to any point in time, regardless of the incident at that given period. Now, some of the pain points we have certainly seen in this mass adoption of cloud. It does have a perception that there's an increased complexity in moving into public cloud environments, whether that be with your structured data into Azure or your unstructured data into 365 or Google. We're moving from CapEx to OpEx models a lot of the time. We've potentially got more systems to manage, more associated costs, and there's a lot of unknowns. There's an associated risk, of course, from a security perspective. One thing we've seen over the last 12 months is there's been a huge spike in malware and ransomware attacks, largely because people are dealing with other things. So Microsoft 365 as a platform, if you aren't taking some of those native security tools with Microsoft, you're even more exposed. So that's the front end way of protecting your environment. And the back end is taking that data and air gapping it outside of the Microsoft environment. And that plays us into that 3-2-1 rule of backup. 3 copies, 2 locations, 1 being off-site. And if we remain mindful that by taking our unstructured data from it being historically local and moving into SharePoint, into Outlook, into Teams and these environments, we are effectively stretching our production environment. We're not air gapping and giving ourselves a new layer of protection and backup. We are basically splitting production into 2 places, which means we still need to adopt that same methodology that we've always adopted for our local data. There's a lot of regulation and compliance pain points around moving to the cloud. How do we remain compliant against data privacy, against GDPR and all of the restrictions and governance around personal data? And let's not forget that more and more of that governance is about getting access to the data, personal data in a timely fashion, regardless of the physical or technical incident going on, and a process to be able to regularly test, assess, and evaluate the effectiveness of those measures you've got in place. The Restore solution effectively ticks all of those regulatory boxes for you and takes all the pain away from you guys being what's classed in the world of data as the data controller, the owner and the manager of the data. As soon as you bring in a data processor like Restore, we now share that burden of governance with you guys and take a lot of that pain away, enabling things like right to be forgotten, subject access queries at the click of a button. And finally, business downtime. As I showed you, there's a direct correlation between the elements that these platform hosts take responsibility for and what they don't take responsibility for, and the line between those and the common reasons for business downtime. If it was 3 to 5 years ago, the main reason would be hardware. The main reason these days is down to user incidents and security incidents. They are none of that is the responsibility of Microsoft. It's all to do with the responsibility of the users themselves. So what are the implications of all of this? What have been the knock-on effects? More data being put into the Microsoft cloud, no obligation for Microsoft to protect that data. How many docs are being shared, stored, and sent via cloud services or remotely held on laptops? This is latest iterations of sensitive data and documents in your business, but who's backing that up? How would you restore it if you're hit with a ransomware attack? How are you ensuring that you have the capacity to be able to deal with any of these scenarios and the risks associated with having staff going on site with the current pandemic that we're dealing with? And even though Microsoft already occupies the top spot in cloud usage rankings by user count, we analyzed over 20,000 cloud services. It was found that nearly 60% of all sensitive data across all of those platforms was actually being stored in Microsoft Office documents. So if you use sensitive information like business plans, medical records, financial forecasts, and things like that as a proxy for business sensitive or business critical data, it's clear that the dominant platform is Microsoft and will continue to be so. So they do take the security very seriously of the platform. They have made significant investment in service level security. However, users can still perform high risk actions within these applications, whether the high risk behavior is accidental or malicious. And moreover, account credentials can be acquired via phishing and used by third parties to gain access to your data. Taken together, what does that actually mean? Nearly 72% of all organizations have had at least one compromised account each month. These could be unauthorized third-party logins. We're looking at nearly 60% of organizations have at least one insider threat. This could be people downloading sensitive data from SharePoint or taking it when they join a competitor. And nearly 46% are seeing at least are seeing privileged user threats every month. So this could be a sales guy getting excessive commissions relative to their role and being able to see data that they really shouldn't have visibility of. And so to close, what does that mean? Why Restore? We can give you a single pane of glass view of the world in terms of what you have in your 365 platform, what elements of that you want to protect within SharePoint, within Teams, within OneDrive, and within Outlook, and that includes your calendars, your contacts, and all of your mail. We have probably the most accessible, instantly deliverable way of recovering your data through what we call our instant data tool, which allows you to get hold of any of your data that is backed up into our environment, regardless of what is going on in the Microsoft platform, whether they're having an outage at a platform level or whether you have restrictions on one of the features within 365, we still have that ability to enable you to access your data in any event that may arise. Now that is actually the end of the presentation. I think I'm pretty much up to me 10 minutes. Thank you very much for joining, and over to any questions.
Excellent presentation. Absolutely. We do have some questions for you. And while we do that, let's just go ahead and bring up this poll question. Let's see. First question come in here. First question that came in here, they're asking if you have any way to handle PII or other HIPAA-related data or requirements.
Yeah, we do. And apologies. I reside in the UK, so I always end up defaulting to UK regulatory bodies. Absolutely, we do. We have a presence in North America and pretty much every country on the globe. We adhere to all of those kind of regional changes and differences to that level of governance, and I can happily share that with these guys to provide to you guys separately.
Nice. Nice. All right. Next question. You talked about governance. Let's see. It's a long question here. Is there any ongoing governance partnership that you maintain with your clients, or is it primarily that your company teams up with the customer for onboarding to assisting governance structured models?
A lot of the time we are able to align to the way you guys have built out your production environment in terms of the policies, in terms of any tagging that you've applied to any levels of your own data within that environment. But absolutely, if I understand the question correctly, we would absolutely be working alongside anyone who you wanted to use our platform and understand exactly the governance that they need to align to and any policies that they have built into their own bespoke environment.
Okay, excellent. And I want to remind everyone again about the poll question there on the screen. Make sure that you respond to that poll so we can get your feedback back to Restore. And we'll continue with some more questions here from the audience. Question from Doug. Do you have any tools available which allow the customer to scan their environment to determine what data would be suited for cloud archival? Is that something you all do at Restore?
That's absolutely something we do. So we have an executable agent, a very small agent that we can deploy on any endpoint without doing any backup jobs whatsoever. And all that will do is effectively get all of the telemetry from that particular endpoint. It'll tell us all of the types of files. It'll give us a file count. It'll tell us when files were last accessed. It'll tell us how much of the capacity on that endpoint is taken up with files, how much of that capacity can be hived off and reclaimed for the data that is eligible for archiving, as an example, and we can set time limits around that. So any data that hasn't been accessed in the last 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, 12 months, and we can then give you a percentage of capacity you would win back from that. And there's a bunch more telemetry that we can draw out from that to do exactly that, to help our customers work out their environment, what types of data they have, categorize them, and then work out what they're eligible for, whether it's primary backup, whether it's high availability, whether it's archive, or do they even need the data anymore?
Excellent. Yeah, that sounds like that could help so many companies. I mean, they're just overwhelmed with the amount of data and figuring out exactly what to do with it, what to archive, what to protect. So it sounds like a great solution that could help a lot of companies. Another question here. When you talk about native retention with Microsoft not giving adequate protection, how does that work with the policy?
So if you think about what Microsoft are doing, all they're doing is they're giving you a period of time where you can keep your production data. So if you were hit with a ransomware attack or something malicious came in, all of that data is going to be potentially compromised. By having daily recovery points, by having point-in-time backups, if you will, if someone was to drop a ransomware executable in your environment, and it gets through all of the triggers and the traps of the security measures at the front end with Microsoft, which they still can do, we offer that last line of defense so that even if that has squirted into their production environment, we can either roll them back to a point in time where their data was clean and accessible, and we do this at the moment on almost a kind of 3 or 4 instances a week. Over here in the UK in particular, the education market is being hit very heavily from ransomware attacks, both in the public cloud environments and on their local environments as well. And we offer 256-bit levels of encryption for the data at rest, which means it's almost impenetrable. So what we're able to do then is just basically roll back to a clean point in time. With the native tools with Microsoft, you're not able to do that, because what we're effectively doing is just building up versions and versions of production data.
Got it. Yeah, that sounds like a great...
Hopefully that answers the question.
It does. Yeah, excellent answer. Ed, we're all out of time here in our live Q&A, but thank you so much for telling us about Restore.
Thank you very much for letting me join, and thanks to everyone for listening.
All right. For more information on Restore, make sure that you fill out that poll question, indicate your response. We'll get that back to Ed at the Restore team, and they can get back to you with additional information. We do appreciate that. I'll just leave up the poll while I announce our first Amazon $100 gift card prize winner. This is going out to Lokendra Kondelwal from California. Lokendra Kondelwal from California. 9 more gift cards still to give out on the event today, as well as our best question prizes. Don't forget about those. So keep those questions coming. And now I'm excited to introduce you to our next presenter on today's Turbo EcoCast. Welcome, Yusuf Ozturk, co-founder and chief software architect at Virtual Metric. Yusuf, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Welcome back. Thank you.
Thanks for being on. Take it away.
Yeah, thanks. So yeah, welcome to the for this webinar. Thank you. Thanks so much. And I would like to start with the company information with the Virtual Metric. Virtual Metric is a new monitoring product. So I will try to quickly explain you how we do this and who we are. And I will try to show a quick demo to you. So Virtual Metric is founded in 2016. It's actually pretty new, company, but we developed the products more than, I think, 10 years now. But we found the company in 2016. We are at the 4 different locations. With one of the customers, we are able to collect 5 million metrics per minute, 800 million logs per day. We are a customer-focused company. We listen to companies, and we answer them by doing like custom development, and we do the integration. So we are helping them through their journey. In this presentation, I will show you our suite. So we are all-in-one monitoring product. What we do today, we are able to monitor like the on-prem solutions, like the server monitoring, the network devices, firewall devices, storage devices. And we are also able to collect the data from clouds like Google or AWS, Azure. We are able to do the service monitoring as well, which is that we can monitor your websites or like the DNS services from the different locations, and we can tell if there's something wrong or not. And we are also able to give you really good metrics, details about like your SEO performance or like Google performance. So it is really insightful things about your website. And then we have the database monitoring on the same product, which is able to get all the specific details from the SQL Server, like how much CPU it uses, memory usage, like the details like expensive queries. So which query is using the highest I/O latency query, CPU, etc. And then we have application monitoring. We are able to monitor like IaaS, storage spaces, Active Directory, Microsoft Exchange, like the mailbox usage, the website's performance, their logs, everything is in a single product. And then analytics. Virtual Metric also combines the analytics, like the logs, with the main product. So you are able to get all your syslog messages, let's say Windows event logs, Linux-based, file-based logs. So we collect everything, and on top of it, we convert them really nice dashboards, and then you see all the nice details, like ETL-based reports, CM-compatible reports. And yeah, you can also see some compliance on top of it. And then finally, we have security part. With the security, we are monitoring, for example, your antivirus applications. Like if you have a virus, Trojan, or something in your network, you can get notified between 5 to 20 seconds. And we can notify you with different actions. Like you can get a message through your Slack, Microsoft Teams. We can message you through the your cell phone, via SMS, email. So it's very easy. We can analyze your TCP stack, all the connections, who's connecting to your devices, your network, from which device, which country. Everything is in the product. And the best thing about the product is, let's switch to key features. So the best feature of the Virtumetric is the product is completely agentless. This is one of the biggest issues in the market today. Many big products, when you use, you have to install agent in your devices. Sometimes agents are really big. It's really complicated. It's really not easy to install. You have to do some configs. You need to set some license file even sometimes. So it's really hard to do. So we are eliminating this process by making everything agentless. So yeah, there's no issue. Just type your IP address for your device, and that's it. We are able to collect everything. And then we have real-time option. We are able to collect everything in 20 seconds, but we have 12 very critical metrics, which we collect every second. And the rest, we have auto discovery. We collect everything. We are finding everything. You don't have to do anything. The dashboards are extremely customizable. We have recursive alarming. We have forecasting, the web-based interface. So everything is coming with the Virtumetric. So let's explore the Virtumetric. So we have a really nice dashboard, which actually you can create everything you want. Like, it's up to you. You can design the entire dashboard. It's very easy, very flexible. And then we have device tree option. With the device tree, you see your entire infrastructure on the left side of the screen. So you can really easily see all the details, alarms, and you can navigate through them. It's really helping your life in the IT. And the next one is advanced alarms. So with the advanced alarms option, you are able to get all the alarms with the nice charts. You can create like latest alarms. You can see them in the different pie charts, etc. So it's really also helpful. And then you are able to create compliance checks. With the compliance checks, you can define your company rules, and you can find out like which devices are not compliant in your company. So yeah, it's really helpful. And the next one is heat map. We call this like executive reports, because in the heat map, the executives will only see the important parts, important alarms and like performance usage. So you just put whatever it's critical for you in front of them, and then they're just monitoring these parts. And yeah, it's really helpful, and they love this feature. So I would like to do a quick live demo, but before that, I would like to show you two references. One of them is Audit. We are working with Audit, I think, around like 4 years now, and we are monitoring most of the infrastructure part of them. It includes like the network devices, the virtualization, the log part. So yeah, they are partnering with us for like 4 years, and yeah, this is a really huge company, and they are using for us to monitor 5 different data centers. And the next one is Telecom Italy. Telecom Italy is only using us for the virtualization monitoring. They are offering us to their own customers as a software as a service, because our product has also multi-tenancy options. So yeah, you can easily give to anybody basically. And you will see some of the references here. And we have 30 days of trial package. So you can come in and ask for a trial. You can install in your own environment, or you can try on our cloud, like how to configure that. And this is our email address and the number, so you can call. The people can go to our website and ask for a trial or ask for a live demo, and we can schedule it, and we can show like our product, like how fast it is, how capable, like easy to create the chart. So yeah, feel free to reach us, and so we can do a live presentation.
Absolutely, yeah. I really love the user interface. I mean, just as you were going through the slides there, the interface is just beautifully designed. So I think it's something that would be
thank you.
great to see in person and get a personal demo. But why don't we go ahead and take some questions from the audience? And while we do that, I'll bring up this poll for everyone out there. I want to call your attention to this. If you'd like to see a personal demo, make sure you check that right there in the poll question, because I know that Yusuf and the team would be happy to show it to you. So let's see, first question that came in, they're asking is about whether or not this works across hybrid clouds environments. Is that the case?
Yeah. So yeah, of course, it works with the hybrid cloud as well, because we are doing the on-prem solutions, like if you have like a Hyper-V cloud in your environment, or like the VMware, we support Red Hat virtualization like Audit, and soon we will also support OpenStack. At the same time, we are supporting like the major cloud providers. Actually, we support almost all of them if you are using like the virtualization environments. So yeah, it will work perfectly. You can add both of them.
Excellent. And I know you mentioned agentless monitoring for Windows and Linux machines. How does that work?
So we are connecting to the devices through the different ports. For example, for the Windows, we are using remote PowerShell protocol to connect the first time. It requires only 2 ports, so it's really easy, and it's enabled by Microsoft by default. And for the Linux part, we use SSH connectivity. Basically what we do, we connect through the remotely, and we send a tiny agent into the memory. We inject ourselves into the server. So it runs in the memory. There is no file on the file system. So perfectly read-only. There is no inspection from the security. So yeah, it works like this way.
Excellent. And then you talked about end-to-end monitoring. How does that work, and what are the benefits of doing that?
So with the end-to-end monitoring in the network part, we are able to monitor like each IP usage. Let's say you have a huge network utilization, and you want to know which service or which application or which IP address is making this. Maybe in the network, one of the guy, for example, is using some torrent, or they are doing some other things. So with the end-to-end monitoring, we are able to show you all the details, like if they are using like too much Teams, or if they are watching, for example, YouTube. So all the details, like even the megabytes, like how many megabytes they spend on the network, we are able to show it. That's perfect for the inspection and the finding the issues, yeah.
Nice. And I want to remind everyone about our best question prize. Keep your questions coming, and also don't forget to answer the poll question on the screen. Let's see, next question that came in, James is asking, how does user tracking work, and what does it show?
So during the pandemic, many people are now working from home. So the enterprises comes to us and say like, yeah, we would like to track our users, like what time they start working and what time they stop working. But we don't want to get into their privacy too much. I mean, some products are getting everything, like what kind of activity you do, if you are watching something, or if you're using like a browser, that which websites you are visiting, right? So these are really too much, intense data, I guess. So what we do with user tracking, we have 2 things. First, we track the user, their entire process, like where they go, what kind of connection they do, like if they're connecting to servers, or if they are installing something in the system somewhere. Also, when they start during the day, like how many times they lock their PC, they logged into PC. So first of all, we give the managers like how many hours they spend during the day by working, but only the specific things, like main stuff. The second part is what kind of activities they did during the day. And this is also really good for the auditing. If someone did something on your system and you can find out like which user did that activity, so it's really useful for the security part as well.
Nice. And so if folks want to get started with Virtual Metric, is this something that they can try out? Do they install it locally, or is this a SaaS service?
We have both options, but most of the banks and enterprises today, they want to install in their environment if they have, of course, because of some regulations. But yeah, if your environment is completely on the cloud, of course you can try our SaaS version as well. But yeah, if you have a private environment and if you have no internet access inside of that environment, then we have a tiny package file. You download it, you install it offline, and then yeah, you can start using it inside of your company without any internet access.
Excellent. All right. Well, sounds like a great solution that could help a lot of companies out there with performance and efficiency across, on-prem and into the cloud. Yusuf, thank you so much for being on the event today.
You're welcome. Thank you. Have a nice day.
You too. For more information, check out the handout that's available there in your audience console. And of course, make sure that you fill out the poll question before you go. I'm going to just leave that up while we announce our next Amazon $100 prize winner. This is going to Kim Rowe from Texas. Congratulations, Kim Rowe from Texas. And now I'm excited to introduce you to our next presenter on today's Turbo EcoCast. Welcome, Tom Cannon, Enterprise Account Executive at Cobalt. Tom, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Thanks for being on, Tom. Take it away.
Awesome. Appreciate everyone hopping on today. Like you said, I'm Tom Cannon from Cobalt. If you want to visit our website, it's cobalt.io. And you can always email me after this at tom@cobalt.io as well. But what we do is pen testing as a service. So we're essentially doing third-party manual pen testing, just with a very modernized approach to how it's done to better align with agile environments and companies that have a lot of different products or software products that are externally facing where there's a lot of moving parts. So we're essentially, like I said, a modern approach to pen testing. So what is Cobalt? So before we dive into kind of what we're doing and why we're doing it, Cobalt is a pen test as a service model. We have a human element within a SaaS platform. The way to look at this is we have a very well-vetted talent pool of 300 pen testers that are global. So we have a talent pool that brings us two benefits. We can align them to your tech stack, so it's not just throwing a junior pen tester on a pen test. And then gives us the ability to do on-demand scheduling. So with this many testers, we're able to turn around and start a test in as soon as 24 to 48 hours. So if you say, hey, Tom, you want to start a test Friday or Monday morning, we're able to pick a team that matches your tech stack and start a penetration test. So that's one side of the coin. The flip side is a SaaS platform. So essentially what we're doing there is it manages the workflow for you. So you can coordinate a penetration test. You could look through the test as it's happening and the findings as they're coming in once they're validated. You can communicate with our pen testers during the engagement via private Slack channel. You get analytics, download reporting, and you can also integrate right into a ticketing system as well. So what we're doing is bringing scalable human talent and merging it with technology for a modernized approach to manual third-party pen testing. And what we're testing. So we look at anything that is web and mobile apps, APIs, internal, external networks, and then cloud. So if you think of cloud, you can think of it from an external network type point of view, or you can look at it from a configuration point of view. So a lot of the times you can do a web plus cloud test if you want to test the environment that's around the web app, things of that nature. So it's very flexible in how you go about this testing, but it's methodology driven. We're following things for applications like OWASP Top 10, ASVS, and application logic. And our testing is always over a 2-week period, unless you need something shorter. So we essentially provide the level of effort needed to do a pen test over that 14-day period where you get the findings in the platform as they're being found and validated. So this way you can get to remediation as quickly as possible and communicate with us if you have any questions during the engagement. So with that, people test for compliance purposes and then just for security hardening purposes. Our most successful customers are usually someone that has various web applications that are externally facing. B2B businesses usually love using our model because they have a lot of requirements to satisfy, whether it's compliance, they have a large customer that wants a report done, or it's just for general security hardening purposes if they have a lot of software products. So if you're a software company or technology company that has external facing applications, or if you're just a company that has one annual pen test and that's it. We really cover the gamut with really small startups to Fortune 100 companies doing their pen test programs. We can cover your compliance requirements like PCI for SOC 2 and things of that nature, but we also can do the testing for just security purposes. And there's no difference in cost. It's all the same in our model. So that is what we're doing. And I think it's always important to cover why we're doing it, especially with so many vendors out there. It's always important to cover. So why we're doing it. I came from the traditional pen testing space. What that looked like was, so I did pen testing and I also did cloud consulting around migrations and things of that nature. And people who are very cloud focused are usually very far shifted away from waterfall to agile. They've made the cultural change to DevOps and things of that nature. So they're moving very fast. And typically security lags behind a little bit. Especially from a testing perspective. If you have developers that want to move quick, they really don't like to be bogged down by a pen test. And a lot of the times they'll get a wince or just kind of the pushback of not wanting to do a penetration test because it's just taking up time when they just want to release a product. So it's just a challenge. And what I saw was from the traditional space, it was taking me far too long to offer someone a pen test. So what I would have to do is kind of this life cycle you see in front of you. So I would talk to my customer. We would go through the scope and kind of a long email back and forth process, a couple phone calls and understand the scope. I would create an SOW. We would walk through that together. It would include time and materials, flight, lunches, and things of that nature, which is pretty crazy to think about now, especially since everyone's living in kind of this remote world that all those things are included for the most part. And once we go through that scope out process, we start working with the customer on their timeline. So it took us about 2-3 weeks to get an SOW done. And then once that was done, we'd say, okay, cool. We're booked out about 3-4 weeks because we had a limited talent pool and a lot of people that wanted pen testing. So by the time we got on the door, we're almost a month in or a little bit further than a month in just to start their pen test, which would be a 2-week process. So when I go back to the developers wincing, it's because of that. This time-consuming process that's done on an ad hoc basis. So every time you want a pen test, you're going through this process, and it just doesn't quite make sense. So in IT, if there's a repeatable process, it is 10 out of 10 times automated if possible. So we have things like infrastructure as code now and things of that nature where we're literally just automating these repeatable tasks so it's a lot easier for everyone and people can save time. This was not done for pen testing until now. So what we're doing is eliminating these silos and processes of kind of this cumbersome pre-test process where there's spreadsheet planning, takes a month to get in, you bring the pen testers on, and things like that. And then during the test, the pen testers are great. That's not the problem. It's the workflow and the delivery around it that's the issue. So pen testers are great, and we want to enable them to do things in a more efficient way for our customers. And traditionally, you would not really hear from someone during the pen test unless there was a critical finding. So you would essentially just get this 50-page PDF from me at the end, and you would go about your way. They would have to copy and paste findings into their ticketing system. They would have to translate things for further developers while they're trying to fix a finding. And it's a very manual copy and paste process. And if we're thinking about developers and AppSec engineers or just anyone on a security team, it's really tough to be paying someone to be just doing copy and paste. We want them to use their skill sets to actually complete kind of what their job title really truly means. So we want to take away that copy and paste process from DevOps and security people. Then at the end, you do your retesting. And essentially that looks like the developer is going through this process on their own, trying to fix it, following the steps. They have questions they can't really ask unless you email them or set up a call. Then you ask for a retest, which is usually scheduled out again. Then you get it done. So the process is really long and cumbersome. It just doesn't work for today's model. If you're DevOps, Agile, and you have multiple products, this just doesn't work. And if you think about this in kind of a broader scale, imagine doing that 12 times. So if you're a company that has multiple products, if you do even just a couple products in a network test and a cloud test maybe, doing that process more than once, even doing it once itself, is really just not the best use of your time. So as you can imagine, with this 12 times a year, a lot of that copying and pasting, that back and forth with the SOWs, going through procurement 12 times to get something done, it's just wasting a lot of time, and it's a really long process that doesn't align with today's environments. So I talked about Cobalt. I talked about the process, the traditional process that we're trying to fix, and kind of the issues with that, and then how we go about it is always important. So I mentioned our platform, and I mentioned our human talent pool, and that's what's really taking away that really inefficient process that I just showed you, in that kind of pen test journey with traditional third-party pen test vendors, if you will. So there's a lot of time wasted there, and we're changing that with our platform. Our platform allows you to add your assets, so you can have an asset repository in there. So if you have new people join, there's a transfer of knowledge that's already there for you, and it makes it very simple. Once something is in there, an asset, all you have to do is go through a pen test wizard. They'll ask you a few questions. You go through a little briefing so we understand the environment. Then you can essentially pick a day to start a test. So what that looks like is you can start a test with Cobalt in as soon as 24 to 48 hours, like I mentioned. On our platform, you can schedule out 2 days in advance. If you need something sooner than that, you get a customer success manager at no extra cost that would help just manually do that for you, so this way we can get it done. But you can start a test in as soon as 1 day. And that test process is a 2-week period. And then you'll get the results in the platform during that test. So you're not waiting to get the PDF at the end of the 2 weeks. You can start remediating high, medium, and low findings on the second day of the test. And you can communicate with us in real time to say, Mr. Pen Tester, I'm really confused on these steps to reproduce. Can you please help me here? I'm having trouble with fixing this. Can you please help me? And they could walk you through that process. You could do things in a faster way. The last thing we want is developers to be scratching their head, wasting time, trying to fix a finding that they're struggling with when they can just ask somebody. So if they want to ask us, we can help them so they can get through that quicker and then get to a retest. Excuse me. With Cobalt, retesting is included. So the way we work is we do an annual contract. So this is not something that's on an ad hoc basis and buy as you go. We're typically doing 1 or 2 year contracts like a SaaS product with our customers. And the way that works is we do credits. So we have this platform and we're doing on-demand testing. So the only way that's really possible is if you get away from that ad hoc testing model where you have to go to procurement every time you want to test. So the way we're doing this is credits. The way this works is 1 credit is equal to 1 penetration tester doing 33 hours of testing over that 14-day period. So what Cobalt is doing is building teams based on credits for the level of effort needed to get full coverage. So if you look at a standard size web app, in our eyes, that would be the Cobalt platform, would be a standard size web app, and that essentially would be a 3-credit pen test. So we would have 3 pen testers doing 33 hours each over a 14-day period. So they would do the pen test over that time, and we would use 3 credits to do it. So if you have 20 products, we would scope that out for the amount of credits you need. Then you would have a grand total of credits, and then you would buy that up front for the year. Then essentially you're pulling a declining balance of credits. It's like loading up an arcade card. You load up the points you want. You can go down to your games and swipe it, and you can start playing immediately. So it's a process that allows for real-time or on-demand scheduling of a pen test, and it moves away from that ad hoc cycle of having to do things time and time again throughout the year every time you need a pen test. So that's how we're procured, and that's how our contracts work. So when I say that, you're getting the platform, you're getting customer success manager, you'll be able to do retesting for free throughout your entire contract period on a per finding basis. So if you want to do your lows 6 months from now, your mediums 2 months from now, and your highs during the test. You can do the retesting at no cost during any time period that you're comfortable with. Then, of course, in our platform, you get analytics. So you can get real data out of your findings and not just have kind of a point-in-time pen test. Then you could download for reporting purposes, things of that nature. So the platform manages the workflow. The talent pool allows for the manual penetration testing. The modern delivery is, like I said, the analytics and downloading the PDFs. And then ticketing. So we can download or integrate with your ticketing systems like Jira. You can download a CSV of the findings and have something else ingest it, things of that nature. This way your developers can live in their environment that they're comfortable with and work from there. So you don't have this kind of hodgepodge of tools. It integrates into your current ecosystem. So this is something I pretty much already covered. So you're looking at Cobalt. We have a global talent pool. Reporting, you get the platform integrations and PDFs. Retesting is included. Scoping is very simple. It's done through a wizard in the platform. And for findings, we go high, medium, and low. We're looking at business impact and likelihood. So that's how Cobalt's a bit different from traditional. We're doing things in a much more agile way. So you can test as soon as you want to, and you minimize the amount of time that your team, developers, and security people spend managing and coordinating a pen test so they can do other jobs. And then we work with customers like Dell, Akamai, Palo Alto, HubSpot, Verifone, and Axel Springer. So you can check out some of these case studies on our website. But we work with companies from just brand new SaaS startups to Fortune 500, Fortune 100 companies that have large pen test programs. So it fits all shapes and sizes, but our ideal customer, if you look at it from that lens, is someone that needs to do multiple pen tests in a year, and they want to simplify the way they're doing it, and they want their team to spend less time managing a pen test and more time getting results. So that is what a successful customer at Cobalt looks like today. And that is all I have.
Great
Thank you very much.
Yeah, absolutely. It sounds like a really cool solution for companies out there who need penetration testing, but are just kind of groaning at the thought of going through the traditional process. This just sounds so much more efficient. I've brought up the poll question for everyone out there in the audience. What additional information would you like about the Cobalt.io solution? And we'll leave that up there while we take a few questions. Let's see. First question that came in for you, Tom.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. They're asking about, when it comes to penetration testing, are these pen tests done externally, like from the internet direction, or are they done somehow from an internal intranet, or both?
Yeah, good question. So mostly the way we do testing, so the first part of the answer is all of our testers are remote, and all of our testing is done remotely. So the way it works is they come in through a VPN, a Cobalt VPN, and one of our IPs. So you'll get one of our 6 IPs that Cobalt has, so it'll be routed through us, and they'll access your applications or your external network kind of from that external lens securely. If there's something internal, like we're doing an internal network test, we essentially will set up a jump box and go from that route and work with you to access whatever we need to test. So we can do both. We do a lot of our testing from externally facing. We do gray box testing, so a lot of the times we'll take logins in different credentials and things of that nature, but we come in through a VPN remotely.
Got it. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah. And then there's another question here around when it comes to the cost of the test. Is it related to the size of the network? For example, would a small company have a lower cost than a very large enterprise?
Yeah, so the way it works is it's a per credit basis. So a large company is likely to have more assets to test and things of that nature. And the way it works is it's a per credit cost. So it's a fixed rate. The more you buy or if you commit to a multi-year deal, you can get discounts on the per credit cost. But essentially, a smaller customer will probably have less applications to be testing, so their overall cost will be smaller. But there is not different tiers depending on the size. It is a fixed per credit cost that's based on volume and commitment.
Excellent. And then Douglas is asking, do you do PCI compliance testing with reporting back to processors?
So we do PCI testing. So we essentially will just want to know it's a PCI test, so we can go through the different steps we need to cover, like segmentation and things of that material. Our reports will satisfy PCI right out of the box. We essentially give it to you via platform to download, and then you could bring it to your auditor. But we can speak with them as well. So you'll be able to download it right out of the box, and it'll be sufficient for PCI.
Very nice. All right. Well, I'm afraid that's all the time we have in our live Q&A session, Tom, but great presentation. Thank you for telling us about Cobalt.
Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate the time.
For more information, check out the Handouts tab. That'll take you to cobalt.io, where you can learn more about the penetration as a testing offering from Cobalt. Cool stuff. All right, now our next prize winner, another Amazon $500 or $100 gift card, is going to Dave Carr from Pennsylvania. Congratulations. All right, let's keep the Turbo EcoCast moving. I'm now excited to introduce you to our next presenter. Welcome, Max Camplin from Spin AI, Head of Sales. Thanks for being here, Max.
Hey, thanks for having me.
All right, well, tell us about Spin AI. Take it away, Max.
Awesome, definitely. Yeah, so a little bit about Spin Technology. As mentioned, my name is Max Camplin, and I'm with Spin Technology. We were founded in 2016, headquartered in Palo Alto, and have a team of about 45 employees. And we have over 1 million users on the platform today with over 1,500 paying customers. Our mission is to make things simple, make it simple for IT professionals, SaaS ops, SecOps teams, and we want to make it easier to provide security for their Google Workspace, Microsoft 365 environments, and protect their SaaS data properly. So Spin One, what is Spin One? Spin One is comprised of 3 core solutions, and that would be SaaS backup, ransomware protection, and application auditing. Our ransomware protection is pretty unique. We have a unique approach with a patented base monitoring system that leverages user and file behavior over traditional signature detection systems. And so this allows us to not only be complementary to those systems, adding an additional layer of protection, but it also helps improve your abilities to stop things like zero-day attacks and ransomware that is originating from the cloud itself. Our ransomware protection is also unique in the sense that it not only identifies and blocks the source of a ransomware attack without any human intervention, but we also take it a step further and have a fully automated recovery process that restores any encrypted files, emails that may have been affected by a ransomware attack. And what this does for our clients is this really helps reduce the downtime that our clients will see and experience during a ransomware attack. And it also helps mitigate the damage. We also have fully automated backup. So automated backup either once or 3 times daily, as well as many times you'd like on demand. Our backups are snapshot backups, and so we're not only backing up the metadata, but we're also backing up the folder hierarchy and also versioning. So we store the last 100 versions of all your files, emails, and we promise a 99.99% accuracy for restoring all backed up files. And finally, we give you the option to be able to store your data in multiple cloud options. So we can either store your data in GCP, Azure, or AWS. And then finally, our auditing capabilities. With our data and domain audit, we can give you full visibility of all the files within your Google Workspace domain. We're also monitoring for several different types of security activity among users. Things like abnormal file transfer, deletion, as well as abnormal logins, brute force attempts, geolocation, and the list goes on and on. We're actually monitoring for over 15 different security activities today, and that list continues to grow. We also have application auditing. So we leverage a scoring system. We've scanned, this number is actually a little bit out of date here. I should have updated that, but this number is more now around that 75,000 plus number and growing. And we can provide you a list, businesses a list of all the applications and Chrome extensions that users are connected to within that domain. This provides our clients great visibility into what may be a risky application that a user could have installed. And we also provide a tremendous amount of security information to these applications. So we're providing information, whether it's scope of permissions, vulnerabilities that may be associated, as well as marketplace information, developer, reputation, score rating. And then we're also assessing how risky this application is and assigning it a score. And we're assessing that based off of the risk, compliance risk, business risk, and security risk to your business. And this gives our clients all the necessary security information that they need to be able to decide, is this a risky application for my business, for my environment? And then we give them the ability to go ahead and create a policy that automates either a specific user, an organizational unit, or the entire business, allowing them access or blocking them access to installing that application or Chrome extension. This, again, it helps reduce the amount of time that our clients have to go out and gather all of this information, or even look at raw logs to be able to see what users are doing. And it saves them a tremendous amount of time to be able to quickly create policies that can lead to their business being safer ultimately. So some people might ask, who's a good fit for SpinOne? We have customers of all sizes across all different verticals. This isn't a problem that's specific to a specific industry or to a certain size of business. Ransomware is affecting everyone, as we've seen last year, and backup is really just a best practice to have a backup of your data. And personally, I think that when compliance efforts, we're going to see some of that stuff start to change. We've already seen it start to change in some industries where it's mandated to show your backup, show what you're using for ransomware protection. And we also have some great alliances, some powerful technology alliances with Google, Amazon, and Microsoft. And we have some great ratings as well if you were to go look us up on the Google Marketplace. And then finally, we're also getting some recognition out in the security space. We've had several achievements and awards from RSA, DCIG, as well as some features in Forbes articles, as well as other cybersecurity journals. So now I'd like to take a little bit of time because slides are great, but I'd like to show a little bit of the UI, show some of the power of how the power and value that Spin can bring to your business. So let me go ahead and share my screen here quickly. Can we see that here?
Looks good, yeah.
Okay, great. So this is the main dashboard, nothing exciting here. It's a summary of all the information. And this dashboard makes a lot more sense once you understand everything that's going into it here on the left-hand side. So when we go into the users here, this is the backup and recovery dashboard, if you will. This is going to give you the list of all of the users covered. We also can cover shared drives as well. And you can see in here that we have, the services that are backed up. So when looking at Kyle, we can see that we're backing up his Gmail, Drive, Calendar, and Contacts, not backing up the sites. And we can go ahead and switch these off at any time and also do a manual auto backup if we'd like to do that as well. So going in here, we can see it's timestamped the last time that there was a backup performed. If I'd like to go into a Google Drive, this is basically Kyle's Google Drive as of February 24th at 10:30 p.m. Again, all of the folders within folders. So we'll be able to, we're restoring all of the metadata, all of the folder hierarchy. And we can also see everything within Kyle's Google Drive. If there's anything that I want to restore, let's say sales files, and that needs to be restored to either Kyle or maybe to his manager, we can go ahead and also cross-restore that information. Up here is the versioning that I mentioned. So we store the last 100 versions, giving you the ability to go back in time and restore the exact file that you need. We also give you the ability to download this locally if that's something that you'd like to do as well. Moving on to some of our auditing capabilities. So with our domain auditing, as I mentioned before, we're monitoring for all activity within Google Workspace and SpinOne. You can see we have it filtered down to Google Workspace today. And we're monitoring for over 15 different types of security activities, applications installed, drive files that have been edited, deleted, as well as unsuccessful logins, something that could be leading to a brute force attempt. And all of this activity is stamped. It's stamped with the type of activity, where it's coming from, the user, as well as the location. So if we know that, Kyle actually lives in Nebraska, this might be a little suspicious to us that we're seeing something like this. And there's several ways that we can filter all of this information, either by specific user, as you saw by Workspace or by SpinOne platform. And we can also filter down by organizational units or even dates. Going on down to our data audit here, this is another version of our auditing. What this shows is all of the files that are stored within the Google Workspace domain. What's great about this is Google Workspace doesn't really offer this type of visibility on this level. And so this gives our clients the power to see all of the files that are connected to the domain. They can see the owner of these files and who the files are shared with, as well as when these files were shared. Pretty much every time I meet with a client after they've spun up a free trial, we see something like this where it's super confidential and it's shared with several people that it should not be shared with, or worse yet, it's shared on the public web. And so if we see something like that, we can go ahead and quickly take action. And we can do that by either stopping sharing, and I can select who I'd like to stop the sharing with, or I can go ahead and take ownership altogether. And then finally, our risk assessment. So this is what really excites me. Actually, second to last, that we have the ransomware protection, but this is what excites me because of all the information that we provide. So as I mentioned before, we are giving you the ability to show you all the applications and Chrome extensions that are installed have access to your domain. We provide a list of them here. The risk score, which I mentioned, is being comprised of several different categories. We're using NIST framework, and we're assessing it based off of the security, business, and compliance risk. And I can show you that here in a moment, actually. So if we click into to one of these, let's find one that might be fun. So Grapster, right? We can go ahead and click in here, and we're getting a plethora of information. We get information that we would receive from the Google Workspace Marketplace, developer information, rating, anything that we can gather. We're going to pull that information. We'll give you the scope of permissions. So that you can see, this application looks like it has the ability to view your email address, see your personal info. Nothing too crazy. It doesn't have read or write access, which is good. And then we also give you compliance risk. So these have a high rating, and that's because of the number of users, the user rating, as well as developer security. Going to the security risk, yes.
Max, I'm afraid we're running out of time here in our 10-minute slot.
Sure.
It's unfortunate because I could go on all day learning about this. This is really cool stuff.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, we can go ahead and wrap that up. That was the last thing that I wanted to show. Excellent. Yeah.
All right. Well, let me go ahead and just bring up the poll for everyone out there in the audience, where you can select to learn more about the SPIN technology solution. Max, just a quick question for you on this. I do see a question here. They're asking about, is this compatible with Microsoft 365 as well as Google?
It is, yeah. So this is both a Google Workspace solution as well as a Microsoft 365 solution. With Microsoft 365, at this time, we don't have the type of application auditing that I just was showing there on the screen. That is specific to the Google Workspace environment. However, we do provide the full backup, restoration, and security visibility ransomware protection with Microsoft 365.
Nice. This is something I think we're going to have to look into here at ActualTech Media. This seems like it could be, really helpful for us. I'm sure for a lot of companies out there. I mean, just about everyone has moved in some shape to, either Office 365 or Google Docs or a similar solution. So, and this is just critical. I mean, we hear about the hacks in the news happening. So this sounds like it could be very helpful. Another question that came in, they're asking, can you prevent downloads of files by user? Is that possible?
Yeah, so there are several different policies. I didn't get a chance to dig into that, but we can create several policies based off of either data policies or applications. But we can get very granular with the type of rules that we set up. And so we can definitely set that type of activity up where if we see someone sharing a document outside of the domain, outside of the organization, it will immediately revoke access, taking ownership of that file.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm afraid that's all the time we have in our Q&A session here, but it's been really interesting learning about this solution from SPIN Technologies, spin.ai. Max, thanks for being on the event today.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. And if there's any more questions, you all can reach me at Max, M-A-X, at spintech.ai.
Excellent. All right. For more information, also check out the Handouts tab. There's a handout there that you can download on the SPIN 1 for G Suite solution from spin.ai. All right, thank you everyone who responded to the poll question. We do appreciate that. It's time to move on now to our next presentation. I'm excited to introduce Paris Maria, Product Manager at Datastax. Paris, are you there?
I am. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Doing well. Excited to speak to everyone on a pretty nice topic today.
Excellent. Well, take it away.
All right. So, hi everyone. My name is Paris. I am a product manager at Datastax. I will explain what Datastax is towards the end of the conversation that we're going to have today, if you aren't aware already. But what I actually want to really talk about today is an interesting conversation, and that is the evolution of a modern cloud-native database for fast data. The database that we are going to talk about today is Cassandra. So if you haven't heard about Cassandra before, it is a database that has been out for about a decade. It was created by Facebook to handle their messaging platform. So massive scale, replicated everywhere across the globe, and it's used by most Fortune 500 companies. It's used by your fan tech companies, Facebook, Netflix. Pretty much everything on Netflix is running on Cassandra, down to even single node. So from thousands of nodes to a single node, for example, for research purposes, doing something like contact tracing for COVID. So truly spans across massive data sets down to what can be rather small data sets. Now, what's neat about this is that we've been in the NoSQL database space for about 10 years, and the market has changed a lot since then. So what we've been faced with is, how do we modernize Cassandra and the surrounding ecosystem for today's needs? So what you see here on this slide is, towards the bottom of this quadrant, you see a unified market, which means a few players. So think like your AWS, Azure, GCP, Ali clouds. And to the top of this quadrant, you have a fragmented market. That means you have a lot of players in the market. You've got fragmented tech towards the left, and you've got unified tech towards the right. What this means is that you've got, on the left-hand side, you've got a lot of technology that isn't interoperable with one another. On the right, you do. The way that we are headed is towards the top right. 87% of the Fortune 500 has spoken that this is where they are going, and this is the direction, and that is Kubernetes. What that means is that Kubernetes is the default management and operations API that will be used to span across clouds, that will allow you to use multiple different technologies. The reason why you want to be across multiple clouds is because you want to avoid vendor lock-in with one particular cloud. So hybrid cloud. You want a fragmented market because the cloud providers, while they are innovative, that is not where the innovation is happening. There are many different companies that are providing new and world-class, best-in-class functionality that aren't in the clouds. And you as enterprises and developers want to take advantage of that. That is where Kubernetes comes in, right? And what that enables is obviously it's integration of all this disparate tech that allows you to use it across clouds. It's Kubernetes that does that. Cloud native. That means it gives you access to effortless scale in a cost-effective manner. And what this does is it allows you to kind of reach this goal of a microservices architecture. So what's new in 2021? What is the market demanding? Like we talked about, Kubernetes. Infrastructure as code is another one. Developers are demanding that they have easy access to infrastructure, and that access doesn't come at a cost of reliability. Infrastructure as a code gives them quick access to infrastructure, as well as it makes it rather less prone to human error. A big thing is easier to develop. So you see this with databases like Mongo that have kind of reinvented the way that you interact with a database. You don't have to worry about schema, and you've got this very convenient schemaless REST API that you interact with, which allows you to start developing apps very rapidly. But that should not come at the cost of scale like you get with Mongo. Mongo might work for intermediate scale, but that's not what the market demands. They want to have that easier to develop experience and be able to scale. And that scale needs to come very in a cost-effective manner, and that's where serverless comes in. So if we take all these different elements, this is what we have used to inform our strategy about how we will take a database like Cassandra and modernize it for enterprises' needs today. All right, so that's centered around three main pillars that I'm going to cover here. Hybrid. Like we talked about, all customers are asking for the ability to operate on multiple different clouds. This prevents vendor lock-in. It's best-in-class TCO because you're not going to get locked in with one cloud. You can shift to where it is more economical easily, and you won't get inundated with a bunch of migration costs. And then the database component. It is delivering a database that developers want to work with, that they can work with very easily, and it fits the demands of today. And then as a service. So going back to hybrid, you could have your own infrastructure that you are using, but it could be that you want to also have managed infrastructure. That should be available to you, and you should be able to pick and choose whether you want it managed or self-managed. And what we are doing today at Datastax is providing you with that. You can go ahead and use our Astra offering today. We actually just launched serverless today, which is true cloud economics. You only pay for what you consume. And if you have your own managed cloud internally, you can have a blend where you can deploy parts of your database on-prem and as well in the cloud and have data sync seamlessly between the two. And this is one of the really big things here, and that is that your developers, they need to be productive right away. They can't spend time having to learn new proprietary features with every single database. That's not scalable. It's not scalable in the sense that you as an architect or engineering manager can't always be going and sourcing these hard-to-find skills. You need to have a group of engineers that are there that have skills that are widely available yet super effective at getting tasks done and tickets solved. So that means being able to work with JSON, GraphQL, gRPC, widely pervasive APIs. Developers want to be able to create apps very quickly without having to worry about creating schema. This is what enables you to get to a microservices architecture. Let's make this more concrete with an example. So COVID happened. None of us anticipated this, but it fundamentally changed the way a lot of brick and mortar establishments had to operate. Home Depot was one of these enterprises. They were faced with an existential challenge, and that was that with lockdowns, how are they going to provide their products to their customers in this new business climate? A lot of their revenue was through brick and mortar sales, not their e-commerce platform. So what they did was they quickly spun up about 1,000 nodes, and in under 30 days, they were able to stand up curbside delivery on Datastax Enterprise for all North American stores. So 100% increase in quarterly sales in just 30 days. And that is because of us delivering these modern elements that are required in databases today. Let's just briefly talk about what Datastax is and the choices that you are given. Datastax Enterprise is a product for your fast data needs. It's based on Apache Cassandra, and it has a bunch of enterprise add-ons on top of it that allow you to get to access data in a hybrid cloud environment that scales and is fault tolerant. If today you want an open source solution, you are free to use open source Cassandra and we will support you. If you want an enterprise solution and you want it self-managed, as in you've already got the infrastructure, your own private cloud, use Datastax Enterprise. If you prefer a managed solution, go check out Datastax Astra. In fact, today we just released Astra Serverless. What that means is that you are truly just paying for compute, so your reads, your writes, and storage. We are giving everyone $25 of free credit. Go ahead and see how much $25 gets you in terms of building an application and what all you can accomplish. So with that, I would like to open this up to a Q&A, and feel free to ask your questions.
Great presentation. Really enjoyed that. It's cool stuff you're doing at Datastax. We do have some questions for you. While we do that, I'm just going to bring up the poll for everyone out there in the audience. It says, what additional information would you like about the Datastax solution? So let's see. First question I wanted to ask you came in. They're asking, would this work for applications that are running in Docker containers?
Absolutely. Yeah. So today you have the ability to use DSE in a traditional tarball fashion. You can use it with Debian as well as other package managers. You can also use it with Kubernetes, and you can also deploy it with Docker. So you've got a lot of freedom to do that. So if you are running applications in Docker, it's just about opening the relevant ports and configuring your firewall so that it connects to DSE.
Nice. And then I'm sure you've heard this question before. Why wouldn't I just use AWS or Azure with, for example, Dynamo or Azure?
Yeah, that's a really great question. And so the thing is that you are free to use like Azure Cosmos or Amazon Dynamo, but what you'll quickly find is that they might be nice for an initial application. The reps will come in, they'll give you a low, a very low TCO kind of picture, but what happens is that in reality, you get locked into their services. And when you get locked in, it's very hard for you to bring in other tech into that ecosystem. Also, you get confined to that one cloud provider. With Kubernetes, you are able to deploy to whatever cloud you want. You can have a single DSE database that has one data center, so you can have multiple different data centers that are running, that are all replicating the data across these various data centers, one in Amazon, one in Azure, one on-prem. So you are not bound to any particular or constrained to any one particular cloud provider. And that is the beauty of it. It is truly hybrid cloud database available to you.
Very cool. And so I know you mentioned this is available now as a serverless option, and you have a $25 credit for folks who want to get started with this. What should they do to try that out and take advantage of that opportunity?
Yeah, what they should go ahead and do is go over to Astra, ASTRA.datastax.com, create an account. You don't have to plug in your credit card. Go ahead, spin up some instances, and go start writing some apps.
Very cool. I just went there myself, astra.datastax.com. Simple, very simple question here to sign up, and you'll gain access to that $25 credit. Get started in minutes. Sounds like a great opportunity. Paris, really great presentation. Thank you so much for being on the event today.
Thank you, and take care, everyone. Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you to Datastax. Check out the handout link as well there. That'll take you to the Datastax website where you can learn more about all of their different solutions. And with that, it's time for our next prize announcement. We have an Amazon $100 gift card going to Emmanuel Luke from Nebraska. Congratulations. And now it's my pleasure to introduce you to our next presenter. Welcome, Ho-Ming Lee, Solutions Engineer at OpenRaven. Thanks for being on.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. David, can you make sure I'm coming in clear?
You sound great. Take it away, Ho-Ming.
Awesome. Thank you. Hi, everybody. Thanks for joining me. I am Ho-Ming Lee, but also go by HML from OpenRaven. So increasingly, everybody's either born in the cloud or migrating to the cloud. And cloud technologies are really advancing at a fast pace, right? It's moving faster than ever before. You have your developers, your security engineers, your operations engineers, and they're all looking to deliver very quickly. So they're moving fast, they're delivering faster than ever before. The thing is that when you move fast, you have new assets spinning up, you have new environments being created. So it's really a big challenge just to keep up with what's going on in your environment. Now imagine this. Imagine your boss, the CISO, or your compliance officer coming to you right now and asking you the question. Do you know where your sensitive data is in the cloud? Can you tell me that, we want to make sure we don't have any personal data or we don't have any developer secrets lying around exposed to the internet? Can you answer that question for me? Can you tell me that? How many of you think you're prepared for this question? Now, this is a difficult question for most people to answer. So let me scope this question down a little bit to something a little bit more tangible here. For those of you that are using AWS, do you even know how many buckets you have, how many new buckets are created, just continuously understand what your environment is like? And if you do, the next question then is, do you know what data is actually in those S3 buckets? The best thing about S3 buckets is that you can put all sorts of stuff, right? You can put anything in those S3 buckets, almost anything and everything in there. And that's also the worst thing about the S3 buckets, right? The worst thing is that you can put almost anything and everything in the S3 buckets. And that's really where it gets difficult, because you can put anything in there. What you have in your S3 buckets can range from, jokingly we say like Britney Spears MP3, or to really critical, sensitive information about your customers in a CSV file lying in S3 buckets. So that really spells trouble. You just have to go Google S3 breaches, S3 data leaks, and you'll find many examples of data leaks in the past. And it's not just a problem for the small startups that didn't have time to secure their environment. Large enterprises and government organizations also have had their data exposed via S3. One actually really nice place to find some more information on that is if you go look up S3 leaks on GitHub, you'll find that someone compiled a list of prior S3 leaks. So that's really interesting to look at to understand what are some of the past events that got into the news media. So it's critically important to know where your data is and what you have in those S3 buckets. And this is where OpenRaven can help. OpenRaven helps you automatically map your cloud environment to look at all your S3 buckets. Then you can classify the data that's in your S3 buckets with OpenRaven. And when you know what data you have and where they sit in your environment, then you can better understand the risk. And so then you can apply appropriate data-oriented policies to continuously protect your cloud environment. So let's jump right in and actually see this in action. Let's actually take a quick peek in the OpenRaven platform. What I'm going to do is share my screen and then show you OpenRaven here.
Cool, yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing this. Thanks for taking time to do a demo.
David, can you confirm with me that you're seeing my screen?
Yes, sir, looks good.
Awesome. So when you connect OpenRaven to your AWS account, right, the first thing we do is it will automatically map out your environment across regions and across accounts. So here's an example of a map. I have a relatively small account here to showcase OpenRaven, but you can see the S3 buckets that are in the different regions. So this gives you a map of the world. And then what we have is also intuitive filters to quickly identify the buckets that are open to the internet and buckets that are unencrypted. And so in this example here, I'm looking at an environment that I have some buckets in different regions. I've identified this bucket being open to the internet. And at a first glance, you're seeing a marketing bucket. All right, well, it kind of makes sense, right? So marketing bucket, you might have data sheets there. You might have information you want to share with the outside world. So public makes sense. But we want to take that a step further and actually classify and look into what data is in this bucket. So what we can do here with OpenRaven is then go create a data analysis job. And with our data analysis job, we have over 100 data classes to choose from. These are built into the platform, right? So to kind of bring it up a level, looking at the collection of data classes, we have financial data, developer secrets, personal data, healthcare data. These are all built in. They're ready to go when you take a look at the platform out of the box. Now, of course, you can also create your own data class, custom collection to then look through your environment to find the sensitive data. Once you create a data analysis job, right? So as an example here, if I look into my data analysis job, I have created a data analysis job to look for personal data in the marketing buckets that I was talking about. What I'm going to show next then is after the scan, you want to have policy and rules. So this is what I talked about, ensuring that we can marry the data with the configuration of your buckets, right? So I'm looking for buckets that are in US region that are public and that has personal data in there. And this runs regularly. And after this is being run, what we will find here in the issue is that even though it's a marketing bucket, I actually have some phone number, some personal data in that bucket. So that's an incredibly quick run through of OpenRaven platform. There's a lot more to it, and I'm happy to showcase OpenRaven in more details. I think the important thing to note is that you just never know what you have in your S3 buckets, but it's so important that you really just need to know. Again, I'm HML from OpenRaven. Reach out anytime if you have any questions. Happy to take questions.
Excellent. Yeah, very cool. Thank you for taking time to show us this. It's something I never really dreamed about before, a solution that would go out and search for personal data in the cloud like this, and I help companies identify it, because it's got to be an important problem, that companies are having. Let's take some questions now from the audience, and I've just brought up the poll question that says, what additional information would you like about the OpenRaven solution? If you have a question, now's the time to get it in. We do look forward to your questions. Don't forget about our best question prize we're doing as well to help get some more questions out here. First question for you, HML, is what can you integrate with, and what are the APIs you support to integrate with for other tools?
Yeah, awesome. So we currently integrate with, we think of integration a couple of different ways, right? So what you want to understand from an integration standpoint is typically folks would have an existing security workflow, and we understand that, right? People have their own SOAR systems and SIEM systems to handle these violations, these policy violations. And so the way we integrate is we have a few different ways. We have email integration. So when we find a violation, as you saw in the demo, we would notify folks and notify via email or notify via Slack. But also, we have a couple of integrations that is much more flexible. We have webhook integration, and we have event bridge integration. And what typically people can do then is take webhook, for example, consume the event, process it, and then kind of do whatever they want afterwards. So these are very flexible ways for folks to really seamlessly take advantage of OpenRaven and integrate with their existing security workflows.
Got it. Okay. And I think that kind of relates to this question out here by Bhavesh, who's asking if OpenRaven has the ability to not only discover PII or sensitive data, but then also to encrypt or quarantine it. Would that happen with a third-party tool like an integration?
Yes. That's a fantastic question. So definitely you can integrate with third-party solutions for that, or some may take those webhook events and then kind of integrate with their own internal tools to respond and to remediate some of the issues that they may see. So with webhook, with Event Bridge, there's a lot of flexibility for them to take action when there's something, when they find personal data in their environment.
Nice. And then Paul's asking if OpenRaven's tool can help to compartmentalize, or actually to meet compliance. He's talking about CPRA compliance specifically, but I would think kind of compliance across the board. Could this help with that?
Absolutely. CPRA, GDPR, so CPRA, GDPR, these are one use case you can imagine using our platform is to locate where your data is. So from a geo-fencing perspective, you can understand whether you have personal data in the US or personal data in your EU regions, and then really kind of what we're looking to do is to surface data visibility, like understand where their data is and where data shouldn't be. And that way you can zoom in on those problems and resolve them very quickly.
Excellent. And then another question here, what about, I lost it, the deployment model. Is this a SaaS tool or is this something you install, and then once the data is discovered, where do you store and maintain that data about the data, the metadata that you discover?
Yeah, that's a fantastic question. So, and it's not an easy architecture decision. We are a SaaS model. We're looking for this kind of balance between ease of use and understanding customers are very concerned about where the data lives, right? So we are a SaaS model, making it incredibly easy to deploy and get started. We are single tenant architecture on our end, so on the SaaS side. And the model in which we do the discovery and do the data analysis, those jobs are all done within your AWS account. So we leverage serverless technologies. We would assume a role into your AWS account and do all the work there. What that means is data never actually leaves your account. We only gather the metadata and to help you provide context and help you zoom in on where your sensitive data is, but the data actually never leaves your account.
Excellent. All right. Well, I'm afraid that's all the time we have here in our Q&A session on this quick Turbo EcoCast format. But HML, thank you so much for your presentation.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Thank you to OpenRaven for supporting the event today. Check out the handouts tab there, and that will take you to the openraven.com website where you can click to request a demo or take a tour of the product and learn how it can help you. Don't forget to respond to the poll question. I'll leave that up while I announce our next prize winner. We have an Amazon $100 gift card going to Gary Hinckley from Maine. Congratulations. We'll reach out to you to deliver that prize. And with that, I'm excited to introduce you to our next presenter, Holly Anderson, Senior Director of Product Marketing at Nintex. Take it away, Holly.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining us today. My name is Holly Anderson. I'm the Senior Director of Product Marketing at Nintex, and I'm here to talk to you today a little bit about the Nintex Process Platform. But before we jump into the details of our platform, let's talk a little bit about some of the challenges that our customers, and I'm sure many of you, are facing as well. Now, a lot of companies today are under extreme pressure to improve the efficiency in their business processes. Typically, they're starting to look at digital transformation initiatives to really help them do that process. So identifying digital technologies that they can use to remake and rebuild processes to make them much more efficient and effective. But despite that need to digitally transform, most companies, surprisingly enough, even in 2021, are still heavily reliant on manual processes. Often they're using paper or email, maybe even spreadsheets to manage all of those processes in their organization. As a matter of fact, a recent study from McKinsey found 68% of all processes in the enterprise still are manual today. More than ever, companies are looking for ways to automate the manual processes that can really slow down their business. But it's often very difficult to achieve success in digital transformation initiatives. And when we talk to our customers, there are three main areas that kind of bubble up as core challenges. First of all, just the ability to reduce costs and find a way to identify and remove unnecessary apps, make sure that they're optimizing resource allocation, and more. They also are looking to minimize risk and maintain compliance, especially for those mission-critical processes that are highly regulated, involve lots of different moving parts, and are both internally facing as well as externally facing. And then finally, looking at ways to increase productivity for employees within their own organizations. Now, a lot of times when organizations start to look at the best way to digitally transform, they're going to look inward and look at all of the different systems that they already have in place. Now, most organizations have at least a couple dozen, if not hundreds of different applications across the organization, maybe some that they don't even know about. And while a lot of these tools can be used in different areas to digitally transform the business, it's very difficult to get an overarching solution that kind of works across all of these different areas of the business. And that's where Nintex comes in. So Nintex is a process platform that really allows you to not just automate and optimize your processes, but also really start at the beginning. And at the beginning, you want to be able to map and manage your processes. So the best way to do that is to connect with your internal people and understand how the processes work on a day-to-day basis. Once you understand kind of what the processes are, have mapped them out really well, then you have the ability to go out and figure out what is the best way to automate all of these processes. Now, there's lots of different technologies out there today that you can use. RPA is certainly a hot topic. Workflow automation, document automation, all of those are different technologies that you can use in your tool set to really drive process automation and orchestration. And the nice thing about the Nintex platform is that we give you the tool set to do any one of those things depending on what the need is. So you don't have to pick different tools to solve different problems. We have the ability to handle all of those problems with one complete platform. Finally, the other big piece of the Nintex platform is not just that mapping and automation and orchestration of processes, but also being able to connect out to the different systems in your organizations to really break down those data silos that you may have in your organization. And then once all of that is connected, everything is working great, really have the ability to optimize those processes over time. Digital transformation is not a one and done thing. You're always going to be transforming. There's always going to be changes in your business. So you need a tool set that can grow and continue optimizing as your needs change. And that's what the Nintex platform does. So how exactly do we do that? We really have a complete, easy to use, yet powerful platform that really spans all the different components that you need to digitally transform your organization. As I mentioned, we have Nintex ProMap, which helps you discover and map those business processes. But then we also have tools to help you automate, whether that's going to be building out digital forms, mobile applications, building out workflow automation to help orchestrate those human-based tasks. Even Nintex RPA allows you to connect in those bots to automate manual tasks that maybe your employees don't want to always do. And then really being able to automate your documents to allow for digitally signing documents as part of a process, just as an example. All of that then can be utilized and optimized through our Nintex Analytics capability, which really allows you to dig in deep and kind of understand what's going on with your processes once they've already been orchestrated, so you can find bottlenecks or other ways to improve your processes over time. All of that is built on top of a shared platform that includes things like user management, security, and governance capabilities, as well as I mentioned, all of those connectors and extensibility capabilities that allow you to really connect into all of the different systems that you may have in your organization. Now, a lot of people ask, what's the difference between Nintex and some of the other vendors that are out there in the space? And really, it's all about the idea of being very easy to use, making sure that you are collaboratively working across the entire organization and getting all different types of users involved in building those processes, whether they're a business user who has no technical capability or a professional developer that's very technical and understands kind of the underlying systems and how they all work together. Also, being able to be agile in your processes. This is a key core component of making sure that you can be successful in digital transformation now and in the future. So with our low-code drag and drop capabilities, this really allows you not only to get going very quickly, learn the platform very, very quickly, but also make changes over time very quickly and get them implemented right away. In addition, on top of all of the technology that we have, one of our key focus areas is making sure that all of these capabilities are affordable to our customers. We want to make sure that no matter how big or small your organization is, no matter what your plans are for growth, that you will have the ability to scale and update and really focus on a low total cost of ownership with the Nintex platform. So that's one of the core focus areas that we have, along with all of the great technology that we provide. But don't just take my word for it. Just take a look at the tens of thousands of customers that we are supporting worldwide with the Nintex platform. We have customers that really span almost every single industry in the world, whether it be from technology to manufacturing to healthcare. And we also have customers that are building all different types of solutions with us, whether it's something more internally focused, let's say like employee onboarding, or more externally focused. Maybe it's one of our financial services companies who has automated their loan processing application. All of those applications and use cases are something that Nintex is really built to be able to solve for you. Lots of flexibility in what you can do with the platform, and lots of opportunity to grow as your needs change and evolve over time. With that, I will go ahead and open it up for a few questions. I do always love to have conversations with folks, so please feel free to reach out. We'd love to show you a demo of the platform, talk a little bit more about your specific use cases, what you're looking to automate in your organizations, and hope that we can help you soon. So let's go ahead and open it up for some questions. Thanks so much.
We do have some questions rolling in here. First question I wanted to ask you, and I should point out to the audience, we've got the poll question up for you there on the screen. What additional information would you like about the solution? And we'll just leave that up. So first question here comes from Ian, who's asking, is there a quick way or easy way to export a form created that would then create a template that could be used for document generation? Does this do that?
Yeah, great question, Ian. Thanks for that. And we can certainly talk more about your specific needs, but in general, yes, that's certainly an option we can do. It looks like your question was specifically around creating forms in NWC. Couple options there. Can be exported into a PDF that can be then used for document generation, or if you have other needs, maybe a Word document or something like that, that is an option that we can look at, yes.
Excellent. All right. Next question comes from Alexandra, who's asking if you all assist with implementation, and you know, how does that work? Is that part of the subscription, or what does that typically look like?
Great question, Alexandra. So we do have a couple of options. One is we have a wide variety of partners that we work with across the globe, so they can certainly help with implementation. But we have also just started a professional services organization internally at Nintex that can also help with implementation. Depending on what your needs are, there may be an additional cost on top of the subscription, but there's lots of different options there. So we would love to chat with you more about your specific needs.
Excellent. And then here's another question they're asking about use cases. What are the typical use cases for the Nintex platform?
Yes, we get this question a lot. So we really do kind of support a wide variety of use cases, whether that may be something more internally focused. Employee onboarding is certainly a popular option that a lot of our customers do, document approval type workflows. But then we also have a lot of customers that have implemented very specific industry-based use cases with Nintex. So think about loan origination for financial services, or quality control workflows for a manufacturing organization. So lots of different options there. We certainly have a lot of process accelerators in our process gallery that also provide some ways to get started really quickly with some very common use cases that a lot of our customers use as well.
Nice, very nice. And then another question, I know you kind of touched on this, but maybe you can elaborate. They're asking, you know, what are the really big differentiators between you and your competition?
Great question. I think one of the biggest things that I would say differentiates us between some of our competitors is really the value that the Nintex platform provides, and that kind of falls into a couple of different buckets. First of all, just the breadth of capabilities that we provide in our platform really give you great value for what your subscription costs, in terms of being able to really look at all processes, you know, starting with mapping all the way through the automation and then optimization. So that's one area. Certainly ease of use and getting started and time to value is definitely another area that we look at. And then finally, just total cost of ownership and being able to really build out solutions that solve your critical business needs, all within that nice package is certainly a big differentiator we see.
Excellent. And so are there companies out there that have kind of custom code, custom processes they've created that are painful and inefficient to manage that this could kind of step in and replace?
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of our customers have, maybe been trying to solve a automation problem with custom code, or maybe a off-the-shelf product that they've purchased that's kind of specific to an individual need. But we see a lot of those customers seeing great value just in terms of not having to build and maintain a lot of custom code, or providing the flexibility that maybe they can't get with some of those off-the-shelf packages.
Very nice. And so if folks want to get started with Nintex, what's the best step? What do you recommend?
Great question. So we always recommend going out to nintex.com. Lots more information there, but then we also have trials that you can get started with right away, just to kind of at the click of a button. We'd love to have you get your hands on the Nintex platform and get started today. So definitely go out to nintex.com and reach out if you have any questions.
Excellent. All right. Well, thank you so much for being on the event today, Holly.
Really appreciate it. Thanks for the time, everyone.
For more information, check out, there's also a handout in your audience console on the Nintex solution. And like Holly said, visit nintex.com to sign up and learn more. Don't forget to fill out the poll question there. We do appreciate that. Let me announce the winner of our next Amazon $100 gift card. This is going to Mark Sokolowski. Sorry if I mispronounced it there. Sokolowski, I believe is correct, from Pennsylvania. Congratulations, Mark from Pennsylvania. We've still got 4 more gift cards to give away. And hey, don't forget about the best question prizes. We will be announcing those $50 Amazon gift cards after the event today. It's one $50 gift card for each session. So make sure if you have a question about these solutions, how they can help you and your IT organization, get those questions in to be entered in those prize drawings. And with that, I'm excited to introduce our next presenter on the EcoCast today. Welcome, Lenore Adam, Director of Product Marketing at Delphix.
I am. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being on the event today.
Thanks a lot. Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining. I'm Lenore Adam, and I'm on the product marketing team here at Delphix. At Delphix, we're focused on automating data delivery and compliance for non-production environments for application development, cloud adoption, or analytics initiatives. In our short time here, I'm going to provide an overview of the Delphix platform, talk about bottlenecks that plague data pipelines, explain how we address these challenges with a programmable data infrastructure, show how Delphix brings data agility to application development, and we'll finish with a brief Q&A. Delphix is an API-first data platform automating complex data operations. With fast, secure data, we help accelerate CI/CD pipelines, facilitate cloud migration and adoption, improve production resiliency with faster root cause analysis and mean time to recover, and maintain compliance with privacy regulations in non-production environments. All right, so in today's application development workflow, it's easy to get an automated build of an application environment with code, compute, storage, etc. They can all be managed via APIs. But how do you get the right data into the test environment? Data is the last automation frontier, so to speak. When data joins the automation toolchain, the flow of the entire software delivery lifecycle is improved. Delphix takes data management activities that traditionally require hundreds of manual steps and coordination and automates them with just a few lines of code. The main culprit behind this lack of data automation has been a continued reliance on legacy ticketing systems and manual coordination to provision test data. Basically, this is the antithesis of the automated ideal DevOps teams strive for. DevOps teams have built automated, repeatable processes for much of the CI/CD toolchain. But while DevOps workflows have modernized and automated software delivery processes, the data pipeline that feeds the release train is not and continues to impede release velocity. The negative impact from this lack of data agility is exponential when you think of the scale and complexity of enterprise data estates that have an ever-expanding ecosystem of data sources, storage architectures, and applications located on-prem and across cloud. Layered on top of that are a deluge of privacy regulations that continue to grow and evolve. It can take weeks to provision a large database, so DevOps teams end up using stale data or resort to subsets just to keep the release train moving. This in turn results in poor test coverage and increases the risk of data-related defects escaping into production. Manual processes or brittle scripts for anonymizing sensitive data are slow and error-prone, and personally identifiable information can easily leak into test environments. We sometimes use the phrase data gravity to describe data challenges, meaning data is heavy, complex, and filled with risk. Delphix solves these challenges with a programmable data infrastructure that automates complex data operations across these diverse data sources wherever they are located, on-prem or across clouds. At the core of the Delphix technology are data virtualization and masking engines. First, we non-disruptively ingest production data to create virtual copies that are lightweight and easy to replicate on demand. We continuously sync with production to update the virtual databases with incremental changes. Then we identify and anonymize sensitive information to maintain compliance with privacy regulations such as GDPR and HIPAA. Data masking replaces sensitive information with realistic but fictitious equivalents so the data in the non-production environments is useless to a hacker. And by automatically provisioning secure virtual databases, we eliminate data wait states from the CI/CD pipeline. Instead of taking weeks, terabytes of data can be delivered in minutes. By abstracting data from the underlying storage technology, the masked virtual databases can be readily transported when production and non-production environments are not co-located, such as when you have a production database still on-prem but have cloud-based CI/CD pipelines. Plus, virtual databases can share underlying data blocks to contain data sprawl and reduce data footprints in test environments by 10x. Here are some common use cases to help illustrate how Delphix brings data agility to application development. Starting in the upper left corner, developers have independent read-write datasets that they version control to associate the state of the database with code changes. Data can be bookmarked to a specific point in time, so application teams can immediately rewind and refresh to keep pace with high-velocity development. Another key point here is the ability to provide a continuous flow of quality data into test environments, or basically shifting left with production quality data. Application quality is impacted when teams use stale data or resort to subsets for testing just to keep the release train moving. IDC research on Delphix customers showed that shifting left with production quality data decreased errors leaking into production by a whopping 70%. Now looking at the upper right corner, version controlling data provides the ability to rewind and bookmark the virtual database, which means dev and test teams can quickly recover after destructive testing. Think of a Git repository, but for data. The same way you check in code in a Git repository, you can do for data when using a virtual database. When DevOps teams are able to codify data, they begin to think differently, like implementing parallel testing runs instead of serial. To quote one of our customers, that is when you start to blow up business as usual. And incorporating data delivery and compliance into automated CI/CD tool chains means the data pipeline can keep pace with an accelerated release cadence. We have customers that execute over 1 million CI/CD pipeline runs a month, and the only way they can do this is by including automated data delivery into their tool chain. And then in the bottom left corner, we're illustrating an integrated testing scenario. Given the complexity of an enterprise application stack, testing transactions that traverse interconnected systems can be challenging. With Delphix, diverse data sources on-prem or in the cloud can be synced to support complex integration testing. This applies to masking data as well, where we maintain referential integrity across diverse data sources, so both data delivery and compliance can support vast enterprise data estates. And in the bottom right corner, The ability to time travel a virtual database provides speed and accuracy when triaging production issues. Granular control down to the second or transaction level lets you pinpoint the state of the database when new code was introduced. This helps facilitate debugging, analysis, and results in faster mean time to recovery. We have customers across all industries, including 23 of the Fortune 100, more than 100 banks, and 25 major retailers. You can find many customer stories on our site that detail how we helped them accelerate innovation to drive business growth. And I'd like to highlight one example in the time remaining. The Gain Capital Technology team was focused on continuous improvement with a long-term goal of increasing IT's value to the business. Development teams needed to get software from development into production as efficiently as possible using continuous integration, automated testing, and fast environment spin-up. But data delivery was holding things back. Delivering data environments took up to 4 hours, becoming a major development bottleneck, which delayed new, innovative projects. With Delphix, Gain Capital realized benefits of data agility that translated into faster application development and greater value to the business. Data delivery into test environments was reduced from 4 hours to just 3 minutes. Faster data delivery increased environment utilization, allowing Gain Capital to remove QA environments to lower infrastructure costs. And over 30 developers now have automated access to data without requiring involvement from database or storage administrators. And with that, I'd like to open it up for Q&A.
Absolutely, yeah, great presentation. We do have some questions for you from the audience. And while we do that, I'm just going to bring up this poll question for everyone out there. It says, what additional information would you like about the Delphix solution? And so we'll just leave that up. Let's see, first question that came in, they're asking about what types of data environments do you help your clients create? Maybe you can list some examples, data warehouses, data lakes, data pools. How does that work out, Lenora?
So we have a long list, a support list that includes traditional relational databases, NoSQL, cloud-based PaaS environments, mainframe, and flat files. I'm not sure what, okay, does that answer the question? Yeah, so a lot of different options there when it comes to the types of environments. Another one that came in here, they're asking, how big of a storage footprint is required when it comes to these virtual copies? Sure. We ingest the full size of the production database as the source for the virtual databases that we create. As we virtualize the data for rapid distribution, we share storage blocks between these lightweight virtual clones, and that's how our customers are cutting their storage footprints by at least 10x. One of our customers is Cal State University, and they saved over $7 million in development storage costs, just as an example.
Wow, that's incredible. Huge savings there. Another question, they're asking if you replicate the data to the cloud and then mask it, and can you clarify like where in the process is the data masked?
Sure, good question. So we identify and mask the sensitive data before it ever leaves the production network, so it's protected prior to transmission to the cloud. So if you have a hybrid cloud model, for example, that we mentioned earlier, we mask the data on-prem, then send the masked virtual database to a Delphix engine in the cloud, and that acts as the distribution point for cloud-based app dev environments.
Nice. And then another question, does Delphix support any type of databases or files?
Yep, yeah, that was what I was mentioning, traditional relational databases, NoSQL, cloud-based PaaS, mainframe, and flat files.
Very nice, very nice. And so if folks want to get started with Delphix, what do you recommend?
Take a look at your your DevOps pipeline and kind of maybe evaluate your value stream and look at where your wait states are, your most serious wait states, and most likely in an enterprise DevOps environment, it will probably be your data pipeline. If you've got large databases, you'll that will become a glaring error that they're waiting for data, or maybe not waiting at all and just using subsets or just synthetic data just to keep things moving. Also, take a look at how secure that data is in your non-production environments. We recently did a poll, and over 50% of the IT execs we talked to admitted that they don't mask sensitive data in these non-prod environments. And we know there's been recent breaches to development environments, so it's very important to secure the data in test environments, and it's also a requirement of privacy regulations.
Excellent. All right. Well, I'm afraid that's all the time we have in our Q&A, but thank you so much for being on the event today, Lenore.
All right. So thanks so much, guys.
For more information on Delphix, check out the handout that's available there in your audience console in the Handouts tab. And with that, I'm excited to introduce you to our next presenter on today's EcoCast. Welcome, Mr. Dave Ginsberg, Vice President of Product and Solutions Marketing at Ariaka. Dave, are you there?
I'm here, and thank you very much for having me online this morning and this afternoon for some of you. So a little bit of a change in channel from, I think, some of the other presenters. We offer a global managed networking and security service. A lot of people would call it SD-WAN. And we predicate this on an approach, a strategy that we call the Cloud First WAN, and I'll go into some details on that. So diving into the path of, what's a managed service and what are enterprises expecting when they turn over their keys to the kingdom, so to speak, to a managed service provider. They're expecting agility and innovation. They want to be on top of technology for competitiveness. They want to be able to quickly move at and change, especially in a pandemic environment. And they want it to be easy. They want it to, work in a lights out environment. And last but not least, they want a solution that delivers lower total cost of ownership. We'll go into some details on that. And an increasingly important terminology, time to resolution. And so when we talk about what we offer into the marketplace, it's a global managed networking and security service. It's based on SD-WAN and SASE architectural principles. And some of you more from the networking or security side of the house will have heard the Gartner SASE terminology in the past number of months. Now, an issue with existing approaches to re-engineering the wide area network is that you can work with what we call the box vendors. It's really a do-it-yourself approach where you're responsible for deploying the WAN, you're responsible for security, you're responsible for making sure everything's working end-to-end. Or you can go to a traditional telco or managed service provider, but in almost all cases, they're sourcing their technology from the vendor. So there's no happy medium, happy mix of bringing the two together, except for what we deliver as our managed service, and then we wrap it with end-to-end security capabilities that I'll also talk about. In order to do that, there's two things. One, you need a well-architected platform approach where you can quickly and simultaneously roll out new services to really your global audience. And these include optimization, they include connectivity, they include security, they include multi-cloud access, they include visibility and predictive analytics. And this is something that can be delivered when, as a vendor, you're able to bring your own technology to the table and deliver it, as I pointed out, in a managed service. At the same time, you need to have a global backbone to support that, the second mile, as many of us call. So what you're seeing here is a footprint map of our services POPs that are really hyper-converged. They're not just transport, they're not just routing and switching. They have compute and storage. They allow us to deliver very sophisticated cloud edge services to our enterprise customers. We have direct connectivity to the major cloud services platforms, to the major SaaS applications, and a great degree of global resiliency based on dedicated connectivity over leased fiber interconnects. So it's a very robust, very well-structured network that really ensures end-to-end SLAs for our enterprise customers. So what are some of the ultimate benefits? One, the as-a-service consumption model delivers simplicity and also deployment velocity. Two, we talked about application performance. I'll go into some details there, but it delivers on business productivity. And three, the ability to actually architect a combined networking security and multi-cloud access service allows enterprise customers to more effectively manage change across applications and workloads. So these are some of the building blocks of the advantages that customers have from a global managed service. That translates into really a very optimized customer experience. And one of the reasons for that is, as I mentioned, telcos, MSPs, they'll work with multiple vendors. The DIY, there's complexity of rolling it on your own, so you have multiple touch points, you have multiple vendors that you're having to worry about. That really prolongs the time to issue resolution. That creates a suboptimal customer experience. And we actually demonstrate that in a number of interlocking metrics. One, in fact, just yesterday, we announced that we were recognized for this year, second year in a row, for Gartner Customer Choice Voice of the Customer for the WAN Edge infrastructure. We're in with some very large companies there, but it really shows the solidness of our customer support organization. Two, impacting or directly impacting total cost of ownership is a decreased time spent on incident resolution. This is the TTR that I spoke of. And three, a number of you on the line are probably familiar with Net Promoter. So we have scores that are very much in, exceeding the baseline of what you traditionally see from managed providers. On the application performance side, this is where our managed middle mile, this is where our end-to-end 5.9 SLAs come into play, where across, whether it's security, whether it's traditional, heavyweight on-prem applications, whether it's SaaS applications, whether it's working into the cloud platforms, we can demonstrate significantly greater application performance, and this obviously has an immediate impact in terms of productivity and profitability. That then goes into total cost of ownership. And a couple of different buckets. One on the CapEx savings. As you might imagine, from a fully managed offering, you don't have any stranded hardware or software licensing investment. Because you have a consistent experience across the globe, you can actually decommission some of your on-prem data centers, and we have customers that are doing just that. And then on the operational side, once again, lower time to incident resolution, lower security risk because we're managing the complexity. You're no longer having to train everyone out on, some very complex security relationships across your WAN, especially as the security perimeter grows in the light of the work from home, the hybrid workplace environment. You have less staffing and training costs. And then because of optimized backbone connectivity, because of selection, for example, between our core or MPLS or broadband internet, you have a great deal of flexibility on managing the cost across your WAN infrastructure. On the security front, I mentioned some of you have probably heard of SASE as a Gartner term, and it's really a way of architecting a combination of security services at the cloud edge. And we have a fundamental architecture that's directly aligned with SASE. Over time, we're bringing on more and more of these capabilities, but we're actually doing a lot of that right now as part of our managed offerings, both with our own organic security capabilities, as well as with leading partners such as Palo Alto, Zscaler, Symantec, and Checkpoint. It's becoming very popular and very current for people to really combine that networking re-engineering decision with the security decision into a single buying center. And that's really expected. So if we once again finally compare it to other approaches, I mentioned that the DIY vendors, there's additional complexity. They, of course, have to really stitch together a global offering on their own because they don't inherently or organically have a global network. Same with traditional MSPs or telcos if they're going out of region and they have older legacy workflows that make it harder to provision and harder to manage. And then there's other classes of competitors that include the cloud providers. For example, we have partnerships with AWS and Azure, to name two, but they will sometimes offer some of these capabilities on their own, but they would then be limited to their singular cloud provider. In the same way, security vendors are moving into the networking space, but they're not necessarily known for their networking chops. They come more from the security standpoint and don't have that SD-WAN transport expertise. So sort of in closing, some of the use cases, high order bit is in the middle. Application performance, this is something that all of our customers are looking for. At the same time, they're bringing in that multi-cloud connectivity, the multi-cloud fabric, as lots of people call it. They're always looking at digital transformation, WAN transformation. Many are in the process of migrating or augmenting their MPLS circuits, and they want, as I mentioned, additional flexibility. They're supporting the hybrid workplace where they want really a combined, non-siloed solution that supports both on-prem and headquarter workers as well as remote workers with a single, pane of visibility, single policy management, single orchestration. And then one of our areas of expertise is both inbound and outbound access into China. We have a pretty substantial footprint there, and we have a lot of customers that are using our managed service to support their application environment within China. So I mentioned some of the customers. This is just, a short list across verticals, across regions, really showing you the breadth and depth of the enterprises that are actually coming to Aryaka for a managed offering. And then last but not least, I sometimes draw a parallel about the managed service experience because a lot of people have, sometimes reservations there. Do I want to work with a telco? I don't necessarily have, good experiences, but we're, a totally different type of a managed service provider. And our own customers have sort of compared us, not to belabor Tesla, it's on top of people's mind right now, but in the same way that they look at cars as a software product, we look at the WAN and the WAN transformation of software. We really focus on innovation. We focus on the customer experience, and we focused on lowering the customer total cost of ownership. And it's, as Aryaka bringing a very different approach, bringing really a cloud-first approach to enterprise WAN transformation that manifests itself in performance, it manifests itself in top scores for customer satisfaction, and it manifests itself in being able to fuse together an effective networking and security offering. So with that, I'll turn it back over to the moderators for any polls or questions.
Absolutely, yeah. Great presentation, Dave. Really appreciate that. We do have some questions for you, and while we do those with the audience, I'm just going to bring up this poll for everyone out there. I want to call your attention to what additional information would you like about the Aryaka solution? And so we encourage your participation in that, of course. So a lot of good questions coming in. First one for you, Dave. Alexandra's asking about resiliency. What about, high availability, or if things go down in a disaster scenario, let's say, what sort of resiliency options does this offer?
So I'll answer that in two ways. One, what we've seen in a COVID environment, and once again, customer feedback, very, very effective in supporting a very dynamic and, an unknown environment, a lights out environment. And so that's one element of, I want to say, the business process and the human resiliency. In terms of the network resiliency, you saw the global, infrastructure map. The second mile, as we call it, is pretty much fail-safe. We call 5 nines availability, but we actually run much higher than that. Very, very deterministic, pretty much zero packet loss, zero latency variation, and very deterministic latency, even from, say, New Zealand to London. And then a lot of questions are, what happens over that last mile, the tail circuit to the on-prem, our customer prem equipment, or even to the remote user. And so there we have various layers of resiliency that involve duplicating the ANAP, which is our CPE, working with multiple internet service providers. We have a very popular last mile service practice that we've built up, a managed offering where we do everything from contracting through troubleshooting and monitoring of the ISPs. And then you can also go into diverse Aryaka services POPs. So you can create, once again, an environment where end-to-end you have any degree of resiliency, any level of SLAs that you require.
Excellent. Yeah, that's got to be important with these dynamically changing environments. Next question, they're asking about, the last year, so many changes. How has that changed what you all do at Aryaka with everyone working remotely?
Sure, other than everyone working remotely, which we still are. We've seen, because the strategic value of what we offer for the enterprise is because of what they're relying on us for, and because of really the demographics. We work with a lot of manufacturers, a lot of software forward SaaS type companies. They've weathered the pandemic exceptionally well, and so we've actually seen a great degree of traffic growth over the 2020 timeframe. In fact, over our backbone, it pretty much doubled. So really no customer or financial overhang there. The other thing that we did was accelerated development of our remote access solution. We call it private access. And this is that, fusing of both the on-prem access and the remote worker access client-based into a single offering where the enterprise, through our co-management portal, has a great deal of visibility over the automatic provisioning of remote workers, the visibility, the security policies of remote workers, and they don't need to look at it as two separate domains. So in some ways, it's actually accelerated some of our innovation and service offerings.
Very cool. Very cool. Next question, you mentioned SASE. That seems to be on everyone's mind. What's your take on it, and how does Ariaka support SASE architecture?
Sure. And so if you remember back to one of the slides I displayed, because of our services edge architecture, our points of presence are compute and storage besides networking. It's a very great foundation to actually deploy some of these SASE edge capabilities. And when we talk about SASE, we'll always say managed SASE as opposed to like an enterprise trying to do it on your own. And so over time, you see our managed firewall support, you see our private access support. We have handoffs into zero trust architectures. We have handoffs into cloud security gateways, and we're going to bring to the market in short order and medium order more and more of these capabilities. So we're very much, embedded in that SASE conversation, very much part of conversations that really bring together the networking and security capabilities as part of a next generation managed WAN deployment.
Excellent. And so, we're starting to run out of time here in our Q&A. If folks want to get started with Ariaka, if this seems interesting and relevant to what they're doing, what should they do?
Please just come to our website, www.ariaka.com, or my individual email is david.ginsburg, Ginsburg, @ariaka.com. Just email me directly.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much, Dave. Great to have you on.
Thank you very much, and have a great remainder of the day.
Excellent. And for more information on Ariaka, also check out the Handouts tab. We've got there a free dummies book entitled The Cloud First WAN. This is the Ariaka Special Edition. It's a full-length ebook you can download. Make sure that you check that one out as well. All right, so I'll just leave up the poll question while we announce our next prize winner. We have an Amazon $100 gift card going to Andrew Mueller from Colorado. Congratulations, Andrew Mueller from Colorado. All right, thank you everyone who responded to the poll. It's now time for our next presenter on today's EcoCast. I'm excited to introduce Jeff Reimer, Director for Sales Engineering at Dialpad.
Welcome to Dialpad, the most modern business communications platform. We've taken every form of communication that you rely on and unified it into one app. Calling a client, meeting with your team, texting a colleague. It's all here on all your devices. Voice intelligence is by your side to transform your conversations into something you can see and use, giving you and your team a deeper look into action items and insights. Voice intelligence does the legwork to capture the details that matter most while you make and receive calls, send messages, and join meetings in an instant. Today, we'll discuss exactly what you need to know to get started in Dialpad. First, decide where you'd like to download and install the Dialpad app. Since it's available across all major operating systems, it's easy to bring your own device to Dialpad. You can download and install the Dialpad app on your computer or smartphone. Choose your device, then visit dialpad.com/download and start downloading the app directly. Once installed, log in and you're ready to call, message, and meet. Now let's take a closer look at the Dialpad app for Windows and Mac OS, which we often refer to as our desktop app. Open the Dialpad app and you'll see the header, sidebar, and your inbox. Let's start with the header. In the header, access audio settings to determine the microphone, speaker, and camera used by the Dialpad app. You can also test audio settings to see if these components are working properly, and then make adjustments optimizing call quality. Use the search bar in the center of Dialpad's header to locate contacts and messages. Enter a search query, and the Dialpad app quickly returns results to call, message, or meet. See your name, dial pad number, and current status at a glance to the right side in the header. Set a status to indicate to your team what you're currently up to, and if there's a specific project you're working on. Select the drop-down in the header, and you'll see additional options to adjust app settings. Go here to customize call and message notifications. Be sure Dial Pad Everywhere is turned on for easier multitasking. With Dial Pad Everywhere, you're able to control Dial Pad during a call even without the desktop app in view. Do Not Disturb also sits in this drop-down. Turn on Do Not Disturb mode to prevent all call and message notifications from coming through, and this applies to any calls to shared lines you might be assigned to. Do Not Disturb can be turned on indefinitely while out of office, or you can set a timer while you're working on a pivotal task that requires every bit of your attention without any disturbance. Use the sidebar in the desktop app to call, message, or start a meeting. We'll cover those capabilities in just a moment, but right now, let's focus on the other items here. In the sidebar, you can open your inbox to display all communications, calls, messages, voicemails, recordings, and more. You can also view a directory with all contacts from the sidebar. Launch the directory and you'll see dedicated tabs for frequent contacts and all contacts. You can also easily turn to a group chat or specific department within your organization. With these tabs, you'll never waste time trying to find contact information or following up on a conversation. Elsewhere in the sidebar, you'll find a running list of ongoing conversations. DialPad sorts this into favorites and recents. If you often call or chat with the same contact, favorite them so they remain near the top of the sidebar. Otherwise, the contacts who you've called or chatted with will appear in the Recents section. Choose a contact in either section and your conversation history fills the screen along with buttons for calling, messaging, and meeting. We've talked a lot about navigating the DialPad app, and now you're ready to make a call, send a message, and start a meeting. Icons for each of these capabilities lives at the top of the sidebar, so they're always at the ready. Let's first go over making a call as well as answering a call and switching in between devices. Make a call by selecting the phone icon at the top of the sidebar. Enter a contact's name or entire phone number, then start dialing. During an active call, several controls are on screen. These let you record a call, mute your microphone, place a call on hold, transfer a call to another user or department, and add a caller. There's also the snippet button to record the last 10 seconds and the next 10 seconds of conversation, which then gets stored in the call summary, and we'll dive deeper into that shortly. By the way, voice intelligence acts during a call, not just after. AI-based technology analyzes the words and phrases used by you and the caller to build a real-time transcript. It's also gathering action items and moments useful later on, so even if you misheard the caller or just forgot a key detail, voice intelligence fills in the gaps and adds context to a conversation. If you receive a call, a notification will appear at the top of the sidebar and, outside a DialPad app, as a pop-up alert for easy answering. Voice intelligence and all call controls appear once again. Answer on any device, and you can even switch a call between devices without missing a word. Need to run out of the office? No problem. With a call started on the desktop app, open your mobile app and choose the active call. In a single tap, DialPad switches the call from your computer to your smartphone for on-the-go communication. Take conversations with you anywhere at any time. Let's move on to sending a message in DialPad. Send a message by selecting the chat icon at the top of the sidebar. Enter a contact's name or entire phone number, then send the message. Don't forget that DialPad also allows you to send images, videos, and GIFs. If you receive a message, an in-app notification badge and a pop-up alert outside the app will notify you. Both sent and received messages can be starred for reference in the future or forwarded via email to yourself or another contact. And finally, take a look at starting a meeting in DialPad. Start a meeting by selecting the video icon at the top of the sidebar. Enter a contact's name or entire phone number, then send the invitation as a message. Uber Conference will launch from the DialPad app, and then you're all set to run a conference. We've covered how to communicate, and now it's time to review your conversations. Remember that voice intelligence in Dialpad and UberConference is your assistant, not a robot. It utilizes machine learning as well as natural language processing to understand the way in which people actually talk. So log in to dialpad.com/analytics to see a call, message, and conference data organized in easy-to-understand charts. If you'd like to take a closer look at specific calls and view a call summary, switch to the Call History tab. Select the VI icon alongside a call and you'll access a call summary that includes a transcript, moments, and the recording. It's all the information you'd normally spend hours figuring out and maybe never discover at all, arranged for you neatly. Of course, a call summary can also be shared with coworkers and your team for peer reviews. Dialpad's web portal is where you'll adjust account-specific settings. Visit dialpad.com/settings while logged in and at a glance see your name, job title, and email address. You're then able to view your Dialpad, mainline, and UberConference numbers. Designate caller ID here and the number chosen will apply to all your devices. In the call handling and voicemail section, set a voicemail greeting. We've created a default greeting for you, but customize this to fit your personality or business. We'll even send email notifications if you miss a call and receive a voicemail but forget to check your Dialpad app's inbox. Here, you'll also get to determine exactly how to route a call. Go to voicemail, play a busy signal, or reroute to another team member or department. Take calls 24/7 or only during specific hours. Dialpad's personal working hours and SMS auto-reply features ensure that calls and messages are handled properly while you're unavailable. It's your work style, so tailor Dialpad the way you want. We covered just the basics to get started in Dialpad, but there's a lot more you can do to work efficiently. Visit our help center at help.dialpad.com to learn more about specific features and tips. And if you ever run into trouble, reach out to our support team at dialpad.com/contact-support. We're happy to answer any questions or walk through steps to help you. The tools we use to communicate with each other have evolved and become more complex, but the way we communicate should stay simple and personal. We put that front and center so you can focus on your work and people. Dialpad will take care of the rest. As always, happy dialing.
All right, cool presentation. Thank you so much to the folks at Dialpad. Jeff, are you there to answer some questions?
I sure am. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely, yeah. Thanks for being on. We do have some questions for you from the audience. While we do that, I'm just going to bring up this poll for everyone out there that says, what additional information would you like about the Dialpad solution? And we do have some questions coming in. Don't forget about our best question prize we're running today. If you have a question on your mind or you think this could help you, go ahead, get your question in. Let's see, first question I wanted to ask you, Alexandra was asking if this does any sort of faxing support or provides that at all.
Yes, absolutely. So we have a couple different faxing solutions as part of the Dialpad solution. So we can do analog fax machines, T.30 for analog faxing, as well as a virtual faxing solution that will ring to users, pop in their inboxes, as well as groups of users if you have faxes coming into contact centers and things like that.
Very cool. Very cool. And then next question, does this integrate with any sort of applications, for example, Teams or Slack, anything like that?
Yeah, we have lots of integrations. So as you say, so Microsoft Teams, we have direct routing with Microsoft Teams, so you can click to call from Teams. Native integrations into Salesforce and other CRMs, as well as G Suite, O365, Slack, just to name a few. So lots of integrations.
Excellent. And then what about call recording? They're asking if it's possible to do some sort of call recording for all users or a group of users.
There is, and you noticed that along the way there through the demo video that was playing, we do live transcriptions and call recordings, and we do them separately. So you do not have to be recording the call to get a transcription of the call. And yes, we can enable by groups, by user, by department, by call center, or enable the whole company to have all calls recorded that can be reviewed by managers and administrators.
Very nice. And then let's see, next question, they're asking, do I have to make calls on Wi-Fi, or is it possible to use cell service with Dialpad?
Absolutely, you can use both. And what's really nice about the Dialpad mobile application, we have mobile applications for iPhone, so iOS and Android devices. You can set it to use Wi-Fi, and then also use your carrier, your 5G or 4G, whatever, LTE on your phone, so the data service there, as well as move it to your carrier minutes, all in real time.
Excellent. Excellent. A lot of flexibility. And then what about using, is hardware required to use this at all?
Great question. Yeah, it's not required. Typically, the only hardware people use are desk phones. They're still out there. People still want to use desk phones. We see about 50% of customers will want to use desk phones, for 50% of their org or so. So we do support Polycom desk phones, or now Poly desk phones, as well. But other than that, the only other hardware would be like your laptop or your mobile device.
Got it. Okay. And then what about, I'm going to pick this one for myself personally out of self-interest. What about spam? Can you help us do anything about spam?
Yeah, I mean, we do our best to mitigate the spam that comes in, the cyber calls, or the robocalls, those type of things. We're a member of multiple different lists, do not call lists, all those type of things. So we do a really good job of filtering those out, and then we also make it easy for people to report spam. So our system continues to get better because we also put it in the hands of the users. If spam gets through, they can tag a call as spam. They don't need to open a ticket with IT and say, somebody called me at this time and it said this in my display. They don't need to do that. They can just mark it as spam, and we'll add it to our spam list.
Very nice. Question here came in. Warren's asking, does this support Macs? Can I run the client on a Mac?
Oh, for sure. I'm on one now. So it supports Macs. So Mac OS. It supports Windows. It'll also work in a Chrome browser using WebRTC, which is standard in our platform, as well as a Chrome web app that you can use on Chromebooks.
Very cool. All right. Well, there's a lot more questions here still in the queue for you, but I'm afraid we're out of time in our live Q&A. Maybe you can get back to these folks electronically. Jeff, thank you so much for being on the event today.
Thank you for having me.
For more information on Dialpad, check out your Handouts tab, and it's there that you'll find a PDF that goes into the Dialpad solution, 7 key features of a modern VoIP phone system, and it's got a lot more details on exactly how the Dialpad solution works. Of course, visit their website as well for more information. And I'll just leave up the poll question. I encourage you to respond to that while I announce our next prize winners on the EcoCast today. The next prize winner is Esther Speckhart from Illinois. Congratulations. We'll reach out to you to deliver that prize. Still 2 more gift cards to give away, and don't forget about our best question prize that we're running for each session on the event. All right, and with that, I'm excited now to introduce you to our next presenter. Welcome, Mr. Jeffrey Spevacek.
Thank you. Awesome. Well,
Jeffrey,
go ahead. Yeah.
I was just going to say, Jeffrey is a testing practice lead at Capgemini. So, Jeffrey, take it away.
Awesome. Yep. So, as David mentioned, my name is Jeff. I am a testing practice leader within Capgemini's financial services testing practice. Our formal name is Digital Assurance and Quality Engineering, but the short name is just testing practice. Been with Capgemini now for a little over 7 years, and been in the industry for a decade and a half, 2 decades now. And I'm excited to be able to spend some time with the folks on the call today. So hopefully you all can see the slide that we have up. Capgemini, if you're not familiar with who we are, is a global leader in consulting, digital transformation, technology, and general engineering services. We feel we are at the forefront of innovation and are able to address the entire breadth of our clients' challenges, in the evolving world that we face today from cloud, digital, and other third-party package apps. Capgemini Group is consistent of three main business sectors. We are broken down into financial services, public, energy and utilities, manufacturing, automotive, and life sciences, services, telco, media and technology, and last but not least, consumer products and retail, distribution, and transportation. So financial services, which is the business unit that I'm part of, is our largest business unit. In 2019, we recorded a revenue of about 19.5 billion USD. Latest numbers have us at around 16 billion euro. Based in France, so we do most of our annual reporting in euros, but 16 billion euros from 2020, with FS or financial services taking up over 25% of that. As you can see here in 2019, it was roughly 26%, kind of spread out evenly from there. So Capgemini, we are a global company. We operate in more than 50 countries, 120 nationalities, 270,000 of us strong. And we have delivery centers all over the world as well. We've got offices globally, obviously, but then we have delivery centers where we can provide support to our clients in key locations like U.S. or Mexico, India, Europe, and so on. That really gives us an ability to do a 24/7 or follow the sun. Underneath Capgemini Group, we've got different industries that we cater to, but we also have different companies or brands, if you want to call them. One is Capgemini, which is what I'm from, and that's going to be your core IT function or IT services that we would provide. We have Altron, which is a world leader in core engineering as well as R&D services. We have Capgemini Invent, which is a digital innovation consulting and just kind of overall organization and business transformation. And then Sageti. Sageti is going to be a team of local team members and professionals who work with our clients in their specific regions to build, client-specific solutions and technology platforms and whatnot. So Capgemini, we are recognized as an industry leader and routinely contribute to the progression of the industry through key innovations and research as well as industry reports. If you haven't done so already and you haven't, read any, I encourage you to visit our website at capgemini.com, where you have full access to all the different industry reports that we do. It's something we publish annually, some of them independent, some of them with our industry partners. But the cool thing and fun thing is if you look at the reports, some of them we have 10 plus years of data, so you can see how the industry has changed. So one that I frequent quite a bit is our World Quality Report. Again, I encourage you to look at that. We published last November our 12th edition. And some really cool findings in there that you can see from a software testing standpoint, both at an overall IT perspective as well as broken down by different industries like automotive and financial services and so on. Also have world reports towards specific functions like World Banking Report, World Payments Report, as well as more automotive and manufacturing centric reports as well. So definitely, an exciting thing to be part of and fun to read and give you some insights on where the industry is heading. We are highly regarded and ranked within the analyst community. Most recently, Capgemini was named a leader and star performer by Everest in our banking and financial services sector. That really comes from our strong ecosystem of partners that we work with both from a technology and from a business standpoint, like a Micro Focus, a Microsoft, a Pega, a Guidewire, SAP, and so on. So that's really driven our ability to provide client-specific technology solutions to meet their needs and their requirements and so on. Go to the next slide. Capgemini, we have the perspective that we're guided every day by our purpose of unleashing human energy through technology for an inclusive and sustainable future. And what that really means is a couple of things. One is a social responsibility to contribute to our local communities in terms of charitable events, as well as establishing green facilities and green offices to make sure that we're neutralizing our carbon footprint. but also looking at, identifying our core team members and making sure they stay within the company and providing career and progression for those team members so they can really bring the best of Capgemini solutions to our clients. So, Capgemini is a diverse organization, again, over 270,000 team members globally in 50 different countries. So, we've been around for about 50 years and have grown quite a bit through acquisition. So some of the companies that were on the previous slide, we've acquired in the past 5-10 years that have really helped us diversify the services from the high end, our engineering services and prototyping from mobile websites and applications and so on, to the core technology services from a service delivery standpoint. So all of our services, I guess we would say, are fueled by fast evolving and innovative solutions that we build within, focused around like cloud, data, insights and data, artificial intelligence, connectivity, software, digital engineering, and other third-party platforms. So I'm sure within your individual organizations, some of these or all of them probably are areas that you're looking into or are focusing on. So some of the things, I guess, that would make Capgemini stand out or different is we've developed our own way of working. We call it the collaborative business experience. And we have another, and we provide staffing or support or structure of our teams through what we call Restore, which is really defining the appropriate location to deliver the services from. And then another niche offering that we have, which we call the accelerated solutions environment, which we use and deploy to help our clients define and provide strategic direction in a very timely manner. So a collaborative business experience would really be, our perspective would be enabling business results through a people-centered approach to technology. And again, this would be, through our training and hiring of best-in-class team members and professionals, encouraging certifications, in some cases mandating certifications from a technology standpoint, as well as from a domain standpoint. So when I look at some of our key engagements, you can't just have a technology-focused team member. It's got to be a combination of business savvy and technology, so you understand the application, the domain, and the function that you're performing, as well as the underlying technology and tooling that would be leveraged for that. Again, right shoring is really what we would say, or how we address business and IT needs for solutions that promote innovation and transformation, while delivering to the cost competitive nature that all of our clients expect. So we enable businesses to achieve their goals with a scalable approach to a global delivery and sourcing that combines quality, efficiency, talent, and collaboration in a global model. And then finally, which is really cool from core offerings, would be our accelerated solutions environment, or ASE. That really addresses a challenge in defining and developing strategic decisions in a cross-functional, technical, and business spread across multiple business areas and geographies. So we found that this can help often, we found that when organizations try and make strategic decisions of high value in nature, it can often takes weeks, months, and sometimes even years. So what this is, it's a cool environment, and I've been a part of a couple of them where we bring in key leadership team members all into a single room and have an interactive 2 to 3 day session where we carve out and get commitment from individual team members within that organization to define whatever strategic initiative we are brought there to do. So it really brings together the right people with the right content, really underpinned by a defined method and process. So again, these events are organized over a 2 or 3 or 4 day session, depending upon the type of decision, the number of team members that would be involved, to scope out and help facilitate the decision-making process. So in terms of, the core services that we provide at Capgemini, we offer an array of integrated services that combine top-of-the-range technology with deep sector expertise and strong command from the 4 main business areas that we would bucket our services or our offerings into. One, Capgemini Event. So the 4 main business groups would be Capgemini Event, where we combine strategy, technology, data science, and creative design to solve complex business and technology challenges. Our Application Services group would be devising, developing, implementing, and maintaining applications, covering your organization's technology landscape and platform. Our technology and engineering services are underneath our Sageti brand. We provide assistance and support to internal IT teams within client companies. And then finally, our managed services team, where we, in managed services offerings, where we're really providing a full breadth of services from cybersecurity, customer, cloud-based, like legacy modernization, cloud transformation. Underneath our ADM Next portfolio, it's going to be DevOps adoption, the testing of your software and your applications, and so on. So, Capgemini, I can say that I've personally have had a great experience with Capgemini. Something that we're always hiring as well. We're always working with our clients to make sure that whatever the nature of our engagement or relationship is beneficial for them. Always bringing on new partners from an alliance and technology standpoint to make sure that we have best-of-breed solutions. So I guess with that, I'll kind of wrap it up and open it up to questions.
Absolutely, yeah. Great presentation, Jeff. We do have some questions for you from the audience. And while we do that, I'm just going to bring up a poll for everyone out there asking what additional information would you like about the Capgemini solution. So let's see, first question I see here comes in from Doug, who's asking if Capgemini provides any assistance when it comes to meeting GDPR compliance requirements. Do you do work around that?
Short answer is yes. We've done quite a bit, and I don't have it. Can't share names, but yeah, we've done quite a bit. I was involved in a few engagements a couple of years ago in Europe. So the short answer would be yes.
Excellent. And then there's another question here. They're asking about, when it comes to, all the different things that Capgemini does, is there one particular sweet spot that you all operate in?
I guess, each brand carries their own sweet spot. Like the Invent, or with the Invent brand, we have a whole, conglomerate of different services like Fahrenheit 212, where they really do the kind of the cutting edge UI and prototyping of applications and applications and websites and so on. Within our Capgemini managed services core technology arm, really the whole full stack from a development standpoint, whether it be core offerings would be, centered around ADM. So your development and testing of applications as well as kind of a cloud migration. So if I had to pick a core, I'd say majority of our projects are really focused around app dev, DevOps, and implementation of various applications, package and whatnot.
Excellent. And then I know this is kind of a high-level, broad question, but what are some of the key trends that you're seeing in the industry today, since you have this, tremendous visibility?
Yeah, good question. We're seeing a lot from, cloud and DevOps adoption. So a lot of our projects recently, and I can speak more to some of the banking, financial services industries. Banking clients have a high degree of legacy and mainframe applications, and we've just seen this influx and mass transition to more cloud-based infrastructure. And I think that a lot of the things that we've been involved in lately have been helping organizations, large financial institutions, really drive and develop their cloud migration strategy. That seems to be the buzzword. That and more full-fledged DevOps adoption. I think a lot of organizations are kind of in a water scrum fall methodology where they think they're agile, but they're not. And then they try and move into more DevOps-centric principles and methods, and they're just not having much success. So a lot of, two main things or two areas that we're focusing on at least would be mainframe modernization, as well, which is a migration to the cloud, and then just DevOps adoption and helping organizations on that journey.
Excellent. And so I think this answers Paul's question that just came in. He's asking, how can Capgemini support a company's DevSecOps initiatives? Do you want to go into a little bit more detail on that?
When you look at DevSecOps, right, it's really, so I would say the short answer to how we would address that, one would be working with organizations to really define what is their DevSecOps strategy, understanding the applications and technology stack within those organizations to ensure that they're suited or they're available for that, understand the tooling to make sure they can begin developing those pipelines, and then working with them to develop the overall implementation plan, whether it be in POC form or actually a full-fledged journey into a more DevSecOps type of method or approach.
Okay, nice. Nice. Well, I'm afraid, that's all the time we have here in our short Q&A session. But Jeff, really great presentation. Thank you so much for coming on the event today.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
For more information on Capgemini, check out your Handouts tab. Click on the Capgemini link, and that'll take you to the Capgemini website where you can learn, how Capgemini can help you. All right. So hopefully you've had a chance to answer the poll that's on the screen, because we're now moving on to our next presentation. I'm excited now to introduce Mr. Larry O'Connell, Vice President of Marketing at Sequitur Labs. Larry, are you with us?
Yes, thank you.
Thanks for being on, Larry. Take it away.
Thanks very much. Thanks, everybody, for having us. I'm Larry O'Connell from Sequitur Labs, and I'm joined by Mike Hendrick, our VP of Engineering, who can help us out with any questions at the end of our presentation. Sequitur Labs is a software company, and our mission is to prevent high-value IoT devices from being compromised. We protect devices in a number of industrial and consumer IoT markets. Our product is called the MSpark Security Suite. It's a collection of firmware, integration tools, and APIs that give you a complete turnkey solution to lock down and secure a device at the IoT edge. We compete in a number of markets, industrial markets, including industrial automation, building automation, machine vision, and consumer markets like the smart home. Our customers are companies like Johnson Controls, who has our product on their flagship building automation line, Boundary, a home alarm company in Europe, and Fairmont Automation, which builds industrial automation systems specifically for the defense market. We have partnerships with excellent microprocessor vendors like Microchip, NXP, STMicroelectronics, and NVIDIA, and our product is supported on their microprocessor and system on module platforms, covering the vast majority of the applications I have described. And finally, we work with one of the world's largest electronics distributors, Arrow Electronics. Okay, let's talk about the IoT wave. The good news is that it's finally here, it's exciting, but there's a major disruption happening at the edge with over 60 billion devices expected to be online in all kinds of applications over the next few years. Security is just simply not optional any longer. We cannot secure a device somewhere in the network. We cannot do it simply at the cloud level. It has to be done at the device level as well. That presents a challenge for any vendor. Implementing device-level security has a number of challenges. The first is technical, and that's simply understanding a whole new suite of features involving device security, extracting those features from your microprocessor, your piece of silicon of choice, and if you want to use different products from different vendors, it becomes even more complicated, and integrating with the cloud is not intuitive either. The next is to protect intellectual property at the edge. This is probably the most important concern of our customers. The intellectual property, be it a simple algorithm or an AI model living on the device, might represent almost all of the value of that device. It cannot be compromised. The next is to make changes to the supply chain, to do secure provisioning in the manufacturing process, and to maintain things like keys and certificates. This is a new, confusing challenge. And that leads to business process changes, potentially a change in the software development process and the introduction of new software, and to find and train the right people to do this. So lots of changes here. What is not changing is the resources that our customers have to do all this and the time to market challenges. Customers want new products. Competitors are building products. If there is a partner out there that can deliver a complete solution to solve this problem, it's an attractive partner for our customers. When attacking this problem, this requires a holistic approach. We must look at the entire life cycle. Let's break it down into three areas. Design, and this is the concept of designing the product so the minute it comes to life, it boots up securely, it unpacks all the applications it's supposed to use, and everything is put in a safe area. The second is the build process. When we install that software in manufacturing, it's only allowed to be seen by people who are allowed to see it, and those very important pieces of IP like AI or ML algorithms are protected. And then finally, when the product is in the field, it will be updated regularly. It may not respond and have to revert back to a backup failure, backup software image so it can get back up and running while we diagnose the problem. And it needs to constantly report its health and give us the ability to detect any threats to that device so we can address them and remediate them. All of this needs to be thought of as a holistic solution. The definition of sequitur is the next logical step, and our product, the MSpark Security Suite, attacks this problem in a complete turnkey software solution. We are dealing with it from design of the product all the way to the end of the product's life cycle, a holistic solution. Because this is a single software platform that can be used across multiple processors and product lines, we are completely changing the economics of deploying security. It can be done with one solution rather than disparate solutions. And then finally, this platform is very scalable in that we are only limited to the number of different processors, cloud platforms we integrate with, and ultimately we can address a great deal of different IoT applications. I'm going to draw you a quick picture of how it works. Those excellent vendors I mentioned build processors that support a technology called Trust Zone on their chips. And that architecture essentially splits the chip into two areas: a rich area where the applications are going to run and supported by an operating system like Linux, and a secure area where everything is locked down and encrypted. Our software on the left-hand side has a suite of APIs that can tie everything you do into the secure area. And then in the secure area, we support an operating system called the Core T and a suite of trusted applications that deliver the fundamental tasks that need to be done to deliver security: cryptography, secure storage, key and certificate management, transport layer security for integration with the cloud, and we also give you the ability to write your own application and put it in this safe area. That ultimately yields a complete suite of features and functions that are needed to secure a device: protection of IP through anti-piracy, secure firmware updates, secure integration with the cloud, an end-to-end boot process, secure storage, safe failure recovery in the event the device is not responding, and then finally, safe installation during manufacturing. Here's a great case study. This is our customer, Johnson Controls. They were interested in solving all of the problems we described today, but specifically being able to handle that product lifecycle, to be able to design one scalable process from the initialization of the device all the way through the end of its lifecycle when it's taken out of service. And Johnson Controls, which sells services to protect those devices after they sell them to their customers, wanted to see a scalable and replicable solution that they could put across their very diverse product line. They selected us ultimately so they could qualify our software and create a best practices process for the entire company and put our product on everything they sell, anywhere from a very sophisticated billing automation system or a high-end access control vault entry system, all the way to a boiler and a chiller. So a great solution covering the Johnson Controls product line. And this example is video analytics. This is artificial intelligence. In this particular application, a cloud service stores a variety of different AI models for camera feeds. And depending on the application you want to use it for, you download the model you want. An example would be collecting a large amount of data from a retail store and then doing inferences to determine store demographics. Or once again, collecting a lot of data around a traffic intersection and detecting traffic events or emergencies and other public sector care abouts. Ultimately, one of our trusted applications allows for secure communication between the hardware device, that could be an appliance that talks to the cameras or a smart camera itself, and the cloud service. And then the AI ML models, those key pieces of intellectual property, are delivered to the device and they are protected when they are not running and collecting the data. And ultimately, we use a set of diversified keys to give every device a unique identity so things cannot be copied or stolen. The MSpark Security Suite in its entirety is a trusted platform, which gives you the Core T operating system, the core locker, which holds the APIs, the suite of trusted applications, and some code examples. Integration tools to help you finish the integration with your product, including a firmware packaging tool. A software development kit that you can use to write your own custom trusted application to really protect your IP. Additional tools for secure software provisioning, and finally, turnkey drivers to make the integration between your chip and the cloud service from AWS or Azure seamless, taking that headache away. We're supporting a variety of platforms from Microchip, NVIDIA, STMicro, and NXP. And we offer a free evaluation kit. Just contact us at info@secularlabs.com. We can take care of you. Also, with one of our partners, we have a complete reference design that you can buy on arrow.com, which is a great way to get started. And that concludes the introduction to Secular Labs. Thank you very much for having me.
All right, great presentation, Larry. Really do appreciate that. I've just brought up the poll question for everyone out there in the audience while we take some Q&A. So first question I see that came in, Larry, and that is they're asking about, are there some IoT devices out there that you just can't support that are too old and have to be replaced?
Sure, great question. We are really looking at the high-value devices segment of the market. There is a decent segment of the market that run on microcontrollers that did not support the architecture that we described today. You can do some things with those devices. You can put a secure element or a chip in front of the chip to do some of that security, but it does not do the complete set of solutions that we described today. So that segment of the market is not covered by ours, but it can be handled by a gateway. And we have a lot of customers who are building gateways that simply can aggregate those older or limited devices into one device, and then you can apply the higher end processor and our software. So that's how we kind of handle the lower end or older segment of the market. Great question.
Got it. Got it. Okay. And then what about folks who want to try this out? Is there some sort of evaluation? I think you mentioned.
Yeah, let me dive into that one a little bit more. For NXP, NVIDIA, and STMicro, if those are the products you're interested in, just go ahead and contact us at info@secularlabs.com, or just go to our website and go ahead and do an inquiry there, and we'll have a discussion with you, figure out what your needs are, what kind of project you're looking at, and we'll get you set up with an evaluation license on the platform you've got. And if you are looking at the Microchip SAM-A5D2, you can also do that, or go to arrow.com and buy a product called the Shield 96, which is a complete development board with our product pre-installed, and it's a great way to get started.
Very nice. And what about folks out there who just need like the secure update portion of this? Is that a possibility?
Yeah, great question. We described to you everything we do, but we do have the product built into different packages. So if you're really just looking at doing an entry-level solution where you can do secure boot, a secure product update, protect the product if it fails in the field, and maybe also do secure provisioning at manufacturing, just those basic steps, we have a base package that will cover that. From there, if you're interested in integrating with your application, building in our trusted applications for key and certificate management and secure storage, protecting AI at the edge, or even building your own application to live in the secure enclave, that's supported by our advanced package. And so you can take a look at what works best for you and contact us for more information.
Got it. Okay. All right. Well, I'm afraid that's all the time we have here in our live Q&A session. I see a couple more technical questions there for you still in the queue. Maybe you can check out. But Larry, thank you so much for your excellent presentation today.
Thanks again.
Thank you to the folks at Secular Labs. Make sure you check out their full slide deck is available for download there in PDF in your audience console under the Handouts tab. And of course, visit their website for more details if this is a solution that might help you at your company. All right. Thank you to everyone who responded to the poll. I'm just going to leave that up while I announce our next Amazon $100 gift card. This is going to Ian Mack at out in Virginia. Congratulations, Ian Mack in Virginia. Still one more gift card to give away, and don't forget about those best prize question gift cards that we're doing as well on today's event. And with that, I'm excited now to introduce you to our next presenter on today's EcoCast. Welcome, Mr. Jared Thorkelson, Data Protection SME at Cyberhaven. Jared, are you there?
I am here. Can you hear me?
I can, yeah. Thanks for being on, Jared. Take it away.
You bet. Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity. All right, so I'm going to talk to you about Cyberhaven and Cyberhaven's unique approach to data protection. Cyberhaven was founded about 2 years ago by a bunch of, I should say 5 PhD researchers in security. And in that time, we have secured a number of key clients that include companies like DARPA, or organizations, I should say, DARPA, Motorola, Zoom, Western Digital, and many others. And what Cyberhaven is known for is a different approach to protecting sensitive data. And tools like data loss prevention have been around for a long time. And unfortunately, those tools have not delivered the expected results, I guess you'd say, over the last 10 or 15 years. And consequently, there's a lot of organizations who are looking to find a solution that works more effectively. And what that means is there's still a lot of data loss out there. In fact, it's estimated to be a $600 billion problem as it relates specifically just to intellectual property alone. And so organizations are looking to find different ways, more innovative ways of protecting their data. And when I talk about innovation, I really just mean more effective solutions that actually work. So that brings up the question as to why protecting sensitive data is so dang hard. Well, it really comes down to detection and accurate detection. That's really the key to be able to protect something. So if you can't accurately identify the data that's sensitive, then there's really no hope in protecting it. Now, unfortunately, accurately identifying sensitive data is not as easy as it sounds. In fact, over the last, as I mentioned, 10 or 15 years, many companies have developed technologies to protect that data. And most of these tools, and you're familiar with most of them, they're data loss prevention, enterprise suites. There are email security tools that have DLP capabilities built into them, web security tools, endpoint security tools, firewalls. A lot of these tools have data loss prevention capabilities built into them. But these data loss prevention capabilities are based on content inspection. So a file will be identified, it will run through a process of content inspection. That means you're going to crack open the file, you're going to identify any patterns in the content, like a social security number or a credit card number. You're going to do statistical analysis of the content. Here are 5 healthcare terms versus 2 financial terms, therefore this file is healthcare related. So this content inspection is okay in certain instances, but it's a bigger challenge when you have data types that may not have identifying characteristics in the content. It could be a design file, an AutoCAD file that really does not have any content to speak of, any textual content that is, or it might just be the fact that content changes over time, and that just makes it challenging to identify sensitive data just using the content alone. So what Cyberhaven has done is we've developed the idea of data lineage in order to identify sensitive data. And this lineage idea has been proven in other areas to be a powerful enabler. For example, cookies trace user activity on the web, and those cookies are able to give the user a better experience on a particular website. With our smartphones, lineage allows manufacturers to trace individual locations in real time. And in the case of sensitive data, what Cyberhaven does is it traces data across the enterprise using this idea of data lineage. Now, from our perspective at Cyberhaven, we think that every piece of data tells a story. An individual download from a Dropbox, or an upload to a file share, or opening a file in Photoshop, or renaming a file, or copying a file. Each of these individual data points tells a story, but it doesn't tell the whole story unless you have a tool like Cyberhaven that connects all of these individual data dots. So if somebody downloads a file, and then they edit that file on their computer, they rename that file, they upload to a file share, another user in the organization downloads that same file from a file share, they then make modifications to it, and then they upload it to Google Drive. That whole data lineage, that data flow, tells a more complete story than these individual data elements. So let's see how we take this information at Cyberhaven and use it to help protect data. So this is an example of a data trace or a data lineage flow. You can see here that in this instance, Bob in HR is going to download information from Workday. And it just so happens that he downloads a salary report, and that report is named report.xls. And then he shares that information with the rest of the HR team via Box. Then you have Alice from the HR team who takes that information from Box, and she inserts some of this information into a PowerPoint presentation. She then sends that PowerPoint presentation to the HR team, where Eve takes a copy of that presentation and pastes it into WeChat. And so what's just happened is you've taken sensitive data that originated in Workday and was salary information, and because Cyberhaven tracks that entire data flow, by the time that Eve is copying and pasting that information, Cyberhaven knows that it came from Workday and that it's actually salary data from Workday. So that data lineage enables Cyberhaven to protect that information. And so the way that Cyberhaven actually works is we first identify sensitive data, classify it accurately based not only on the content, like a social security number or a credit card number or any host of different ways to identify sensitive data on the content, but also Cyberhaven looks at the provenance, the origin of that file. Where did it come from? Which users touched that file? Which groups interacted with that file? Which applications interacted with that file? So based on those characteristics, Cyberhaven is able to identify sensitive data more accurately. And then we are tracking that data everywhere it goes. Upload to Box, download from Dropbox, shared on Slack. All of that information is tracked as it's used throughout the organization. And this is an identifying feature of Cyberhaven over traditional DLP tools, is the fact that traditional DLP only monitors egress. Cyberhaven actually monitors the egress and everything that happens before that egress, even the ingress of that data originally into the organization. Now, with this good identification and the tracking throughout the organization, Cyberhaven is able to apply protection to that information to prevent it from leaving the organization. And one of the ways that we protect the information is through the use of educational alerts. So we can notify a user when they're doing something in the moment that they're doing it that they shouldn't be with that data. And again, we know that data is sensitive because of where it originated, right? The provenance from Workday, the salary data from Workday, an example that I gave you previously. Now let me walk through briefly a data flow, okay? This is an example of that Workday situation, that Workday data flow. So you can see at the top of this list of these individual lists are the individual data points, the things that happened with that data, starting with the download from Workday. All right, so we can see Edward downloaded that report from Workday. And then if you go all the way to the bottom, the last thing that happens is you have a user, Ron, who copies and pastes information from this file that originated in Workday, and he shares it via WeChat. Okay, so traditional DLP solutions would identify and see that movement of data via WeChat, but they wouldn't have the context around how that information got to Ron in the first place. And that's what CyberHaven provides, is this ability to understand the provenance of the data and consequently the sensitivity of that data. Now, in addition to being able to look at the individual data traces, CyberHaven is able to identify incidents or risks to that data. As you can see on the slide here, you can see those red circles represent individual risks and different types of risk. And so CyberHaven is able to identify those, but what CyberHaven is also able to do is identify the sprawl of that data. So maybe there's data that's moved, sensitive data that's moved to a corporate endpoint, and that may not constitute an incident, but it might be useful information. Maybe if the wrong person is moving that information to their endpoint, maybe they're not allowed to do that. So you could actually turn this into a risk. All right? So that's how CyberHaven works, and I've got some questions here, but before I go to the questions, I want to just run through a couple of articles that have come out in the last week that, in our mind, provide independent corroboration of CyberHaven's capabilities. So this particular article in Fortune magazine was by the CEO of Splunk, Doug Merritt, and the title of it is, "After the SolarWinds hack, we need contact tracing for our data." Guess what? Contact tracing for data is one of the ways that we describe what CyberHaven does. Now, we didn't collaborate with Doug Merritt on this. He just happened to identify it the same way, see it the same way we did. And so he says, when there is a breach, the questions are who has accessed our data, which data, when, and why. In other words, the ability to trace all contact with sensitive data is vital, but most companies cannot do this. That's what CyberHaven does. And by the way, one of the unique things about our platform here, as you might have heard already, is you can click on those links while you're watching the presentation, actually be taken to those articles. So this is one of the unique things that CyberHaven does. And the next one is a white paper that was written by Mark Settle, and he's a 7-time CEO or CIO. He was the CIO at Okta most recently. He's now retired and working on his writing career. But one of the things that he points out is that DLP solutions were never designed to deal with the data sprawl, ubiquitous cloud services, regulatory restrictions, and end user behaviors that constitute the modern working world. And so one of the things that CyberHaven does is we work in the way that Mark Settle has outlined. Now, he actually reviews a number of different vendors, but he does name CyberHaven as one of these technologies that is bringing unique things to the table. All right. Now, I think we're at the Q&A portion here. Is that right?
Absolutely. A great presentation, Jared. I really appreciate that. We do have some questions for you from the audience, and while I do that, we'll just bring up this poll question. The poll question on the screen I want to call everyone's attention to is, just what additional information would you like about the CyberHaven solution? So a lot of good questions coming in here, Jared. I'm not sure if you can see those, but
I do.
Okay, good. First one I wanted to ask you from Alexandra, who says, does CyberHaven provide replicated data lineage maps? And a better way to ask that, she says, is would you all provide a visual example or diagram of each point the data touches?
Yes, we do actually. So one of the things I didn't show in the little slide demo there was the way that we can show a map of the data. So we actually show all the data that started in this source, that went to here, that went to there, and we actually show it as a map. And so, Alexander, if you're interested, I can send you information that shows that or walk you through a demonstration if that's of interest to you.
Excellent. Another question here comes from Bradford, who's asking about encrypted data. When that's moving around, do you have any ability to identify that?
Yes, we do. So the way that the CyberHaven solution works, it's an endpoint agent that lives in user space. It's not a kernel level agent. What that means as a user space agent, we see everything the user sees. So before, let's say a file, in order for somebody to read a zip file that's been password protected, is for them to unzip it, right? And when they unzip it, that's when CyberHaven has access to it. And before they rezip it, or maybe before they share through an application that uses end-to-end encryption, CyberHaven is able to identify that data before it goes into the encrypted tunnel, if that makes sense.
Very cool. Very cool. This is cool stuff I haven't seen before. And another question Bradford's also asking is when this process happens. Like, does it happen just when the data is touched, or is there some sort of initial scan that goes out and scans everything?
That's a good question. So we do not do data at rest scanning. So the time that we start monitoring this data is when there's some action taken on that data. Whether it's a user opens the file, downloads the file, uploads the file is touched by an application. Those are the times when we actually start tracking the data. So there's no periodic rescans or anything like that, Bradford.
Got it. Got it. And then what's the one thing, I like this question, that you would say sets CyberHaven apart from DLP?
Well, can I say two things? The first is the visibility that CyberHaven has. Traditional DLP, as I mentioned, only looks at data egress. Anything that happens before that egress activity, DLP doesn't know. CyberHaven knows all of that activity from the origination inside the organization all the way through to egress. So that's the first distinction. The second distinction is how we identify sensitive data, where traditional DLP is focused on inspecting content, textual content. CyberHaven can do that too, but we add a different element, and that is provenance or other context around that data. So if the data was born in a repository where you know sensitive data resides and it also has sensitive content in it, those two things together really make it confident that it is a true positive, not a false positive.
Got it. Okay. And then once this data is identified, what sort of response capabilities are available?
Oh, that's another good question. So one of the things we can do, as I mentioned on one of the slides, is we can alert a user. Of course, we can create an incident and alert the administrators to the fact that something happened. But we can also alert the users. And when we turn on these alerts for users, they happen in real time. They happen and they provide very specific information about what happened and why that is an alert. And when we've turned this on for our customers, what's happened is we've seen a decrease in the number of incidents, like 10x decrease in the number of incidents. So that's one response capability, is actually alerting the users and doing end user training. But the other is actually blocking. So we have a couple different ways that we block, but we can actually prevent that data from leaving the organization as a second level of response.
Excellent. Excellent. Yeah. It's a very cool solution. I'm afraid we're running out of time here in our live Q&A. We have some more technical questions that maybe you can respond to, but a really great presentation about a cool new solution I'm sure the audience is excited to learn about. So thank you so much for being on the event today, Jared.
Well, thank you. Appreciate it.
For more information on CyberHaven, check out their link. It's there in the audience console in the handouts tab. That'll take you directly to their website, and it goes right into an explainer video on exactly how CyberHaven's dynamic data tracing technology works. So you can kind of see it in action, a really good visual, and then from there you can click to schedule a data risk assessment and start tracing your data, find out what's going on, and make sure that you are secure. All right, and with that, I'm afraid we have run out of time on today's event. It's now time for our final gift card drawing. We have an Amazon $100 gift card going to John Cross from Georgia. Congratulations, John Cross. from Georgia. We'll also be contacting the 14 Amazon $50 prize winners after the event based on our best question selection, one for each of today's sessions. And then before you go, I want to remind you, if you didn't hear at the start of the event, we're hiring here at ActualTech Media for another moderator. I need some help here. We are super busy doing events. This is a full-time job we're hiring for U.S. and Canadian residents only, please. Looking for skills, expert, at speaking, presenting, interviewing, things you saw here on the event, and also, of course, very interested in enterprise technology and innovative IT solutions. So if you are a potential candidate, email your audition video to weneedanotherbmod@actualtechmedia.com. That is a hyperlink. If you just click on it on the screen right there, it will open up a new tab in your web browser. And then before you go, I want to remind you, of course, to subscribe to the 10 on Tech podcast over in the iTunes store. And then I hope that you'll see us next week. Join me on another big event. It's our megacast on creating and implementing a data protection strategy and disaster recovery plan. We'll hear from experts at Druva, Veeam, NetApp, HubStore, Sophos, ArcServe, Unitrends, Pure Storage, Rubrik, and Atempo. We'll have 5 Samsung Galaxy S21s to give away, as well as an Amazon $500 gift card after each presentation. Thank you so much for your time on the event today. I hope that you learned a lot about some really new, really innovative enterprise technology solutions on today's EcoCast, covering your discovery of the next generation of IT and cloud solutions. Have a great day, and we'll see you next time.